Communication is good. Here is what the council really needs to decide. After 2 years of being or at least 1 year being in intergovernmental affairs, it's important that that individual, whoever that chairperson is, be the quarterback. We can't have, I would suggest that it would be chaos to have 13 people reaching out. Now, that being said, I think either you or Councilman Smiley last year asked me, there was something that Beecher, they wanted to contact Beecher about and asked me if I wanted to. I said, you're free to reach out to Beecher. So what I would say is if there's a council member that wants to reach out to our lobbyists, that they at least give a heads up to the intergovernmental affairs chair so that we understand and that person's staff member can keep track of what is being communicated, what I would say kind of, not necessarily off the record, but not as a full vote, right? And then if there's a full resolution, that's a wildly different thing. Again, that staff member needs to make sure that that resolution gets to our lobbyists. One of the things I will say, having been around the state government, and not to get into partisan politics, but it's more about the art and science of lobbying, is we can't bring a hammer to every single thing that we want to support. Like, it will fall on deaf ears. And so that's why I think at the beginning of the year, and I know things come up during session, it's important for this body to establish the things that are important to it. You know, today I'm even bringing a resolution supporting something, but I'm not going to ask Beecher and Jigsaw to go and try and get votes for it because it's not the highest priority for us and we can't go and ask for every single vote on every single item. It's the art and science of politics. It just is. And so, you know, I think it's incumbent upon us as a body, whether we agree or disagree and through votes, that we try and be very clear and concise about what the 1 to maybe 3 or 4 legislative priorities are for the year, and understanding that there are things like the residency bill that come up, but we can't go and it would be unwise to ask our lobbyists to try and go and support or
a job that if the person that writes the letter for every single person comes through, it's just another letter that comes through, right? I mean, so I think if you focus fire on where it is, and they know, the legislators know that you're not coming for everything that hits the wall or everything that pops up, I think that it'll make a bigger difference when you speak. And that's also to the point of the speaking with one voice makes a difference too. And that's why, as you say, I want to, we'll figure out how to communicate and what works best for all 13 members.
And the other thing I'll say too is in the off season, so to speak, it is important if there's things that are important to this body, the time for the body to get into it is really like when they're coming out of session and getting ready for the next session, because it does take time for our lobbying team to start to circulate and socialize an idea that we want. And it really needs to start like in the summertime, trying to find interested sponsors at the state level and partners on the Senate side, and who can, I mean, all of that stuff takes time. It's really difficult to get into the session and start trying to make moves just with how they're set up from a technical standpoint. And so that's a piece of advice to anybody that's got things that are important to them. If you want to see something at the state level, like now's the time to start talking about it for next year. So anyway, I hear what Councilman Jones is saying, and I do think it's unfortunate that people didn't know who our lobbyists were, but I think it's incumbent upon us to get probably a little more organized on our side too, and just for what that's worth.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair, so much. I too agree with what Councilman Jones spoke on in regards to lack of information in regards to who were our representatives. But at the same time, I can relate to what Councilman Chase Carlisle is saying too, as far as organizing it. But we're definitely going to have to do something different. I mean, $10,000 is a lot of money, and if we can't actually say what we got for $10,000, we need to back up. And I just find it really odd that relationship, the supposedly existed relationship. I recall you coming in earlier, maybe sometime in the last year, something coming in, that the people did not know who you were. Why do you think that exists? Why was it that they didn't know?
I can't speak to that. I know that Beecher Frazier, one of our partners, has always been in contact, and he had just been with Representative Miller the week before at dinner. They sat and talked about this and that, but you know, it's hard to predict, and I don't know. I guess maybe, I mean, I'll take the hit. I haven't been out promoting it. Maybe I don't know, but that's why I said when he asked that question, I officially have said that I'll be the contact. I mean, I'll take it under my wing, and we'll make it right, whatever is lacking. But I think there has been a communication lack between the I don't have an answer. We'll fix it. It'll be fixed.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I mean, I'm just, you know, it's just a concern in that regard that it has existed. You know, if we pay for any other service around here, you've been really having something to say about it. And this is a service which we receive, and we, you know, if we're not pleased with, you know, I'm getting the impression that some people want to cut this off for some reason rather than talk about it and confront it. So that's why I'm asking the questions and saying it definitely has to be addressed and quickly.
Yes, ma'am.
And make it happen. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, just an observation before I call on Councilwoman Logan is that I think some of this situation that we've got here probably is directly COVID related. It's got to do with, you know, remote meetings and things along that line. But if people don't know who our lobbyists are, that's an issue completely. Yes.
Let me respond to that.
Yeah.
COVID has done a lot of things, but we got to stop blaming COVID for everything.
Well, I know
If
we do.
anything-
been conducting business like every day, like it was in 2019.
I mean, this even gave you an opportunity to stay at home and say, who else should I talk to today? All I got to do is call them up. I don't have to go find them like I used to do. Yeah. So, I mean, it's a realistic problem. It has to be addressed, and I think we're saying we want it addressed ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate you all being here. Also, in addition to that, I totally agree with my colleagues and understand the need, as Councilman Carlisle said, understands the need for us to be in unison and maybe pick out a few. However, regardless of how we do it, the fact that you are the lobbyist, and even when you come with information, as you did today, I would ask that to make sure that you've spoken with the sponsors of the bills, that you know the information, that the makers of the bill, that you've, you know, talked to them, because that's, you know, we can't go up there and do it. We're expecting you to do it. And so to have you come and not necessarily know what this information was about is disheartening. And so I definitely, and when you all send the monthly updates or quarterly updates the weekly updates that you send, sometimes it would be great if we could have you all maybe Zoom in or virtually, you know, speak to the information that you send down as well. So just a little bit more intimate information with the council concerning the things that you're discussing, and if you could make certain that we have detailed information about the things that you're sending, not just like a blurb, but detailed information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, any more questions or comments for Jigsaw today? I think you understand what the council's hoping occurs, and we'll appreciate everybody up there knowing that you guys are representing us and helping us move our agenda. So we appreciate that.
I have one closing, if I may. I understand that 2 or 3 members are coming up for the for TML later in the thing, and they're wanting to have if there's some meetings that you want to have, let us know if there's some individual meetings that you want to do, and if you want to work through Liza or however you want to do that, that would be perfect. We would help set those things up for you.
Okay, I'll be one of the people coming up, so I want to get with you after this meeting to talk about it. Thank you.
That wave pool over Upperland.
Okay. Okay, item number 1 on our agenda, back to the beginning, is an appointment to the Memphis Board of Ethics James Crone. Could I have a motion and a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Carlisle, seconded by Jones. Good morning, Mr. Crone. Please state your name and address for the record, and then the floor is yours.
Morning. Good morning. My name is James Crone. I live at 195 South Hume Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38111. I am a lifelong Memphian, went to Christian Brothers High School, graduated from the University of Arkansas, and I'm the current marketing director for the Crone Law Firm.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Mr. Crone? Yes, Councilman Ford.
Since you're going to be on the ethics board, are you going to be very fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. For the record, we got that. You're going to be fair.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't want to say anything else. Thank you.
Right. Yes, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Mr. Crone. Thank you for being here and for desiring to be on the board. And if you could just kind of share why you wanted to be on this board.
I'm looking forward to being able to give back to my city. I'm looking forward to the opportunity. I'm very thankful for Mayor Strickland for appointing me. I'm just looking forward to serving and looking forward to trying to being as fair as I can and helping anybody that needs to be helped and helping to give back to the city of Memphis.
Thank you. No other comments. Can we have a voice vote in favor? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and that passes. And for the record, note that Councilman Colvette is now present and leaving and bouncing out. Okay, and guys, I've neglected to get a vote for item number 4. So if I could have someone move item number 4, I need a motion and a second. Moved by Ford. Second by Carlisle. And item number 4 is the resolution in support of restoring the historic revenue sharing relationship between the state of Tennessee and its local governments and to return the local share with a single article cap to local governments. It's been moved and seconded. Do we have anyone else that would like to be a co-sponsor on this besides myself?
Which
Go after that money.
Number 4.
It's item number 4.
one you just presented?
No,
Item number 4
Single
is,
article tax.
Revenue sharing.
Yeah, we need everybody on that
yeah, is
one.
there anyone that does
everyone.
not want to be on that?
Put everybody on.
We're going to put everyone on that, okay?
Everybody wants that money.
Okay, and this is for same night minutes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it, including the chair. And is there any other business before this committee? Councilman Carlisle.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Colleagues, in front of you, a resolution in support of a passenger rail expansion between Memphis and Nashville. Chair, could we have a motion second just to hear the item and I'll explain what's going on?
Moved by Ford,
Second.
second by Jones.
Thank you, colleagues. As most of you know, I'm not a huge fan of all of these resolutions, but this is in response to a request. So in late 2021, the federal government passed a $1 trillion infrastructure tax or infrastructure bill. As a part of that, almost $1 billion was set aside for Amtrak expansion in those rail systems. As many of you may have seen or may not seen, and I'll get you a map between now and the end of the day so you can see it, we have a current Amtrak system that serves Chicago and New Orleans, but we were left out of the expansion from Memphis to Nashville, and Nashville is going to get basically a hub and spoke. So if you were able to get from Memphis to Nashville on Amtrak, you could go to Atlanta, Charleston, up to Knoxville, up to, I forget where north, but ultimately we're getting literally divided out of what would be very, very important, not only from tourism and business, by not having an expanded rail system. So 6 or 7 months ago, Councilman Warren and I both respectively reached out to our federal representatives and their offices, and they basically said, hey, this is still not a done deal. We really need the governor to make an ask that this is something like a Memphis-Nashville connection is something we want. And in that time period, Representative Jason Powell is asking that TASER study all of these connections, including a Memphis-Nashville connection over the summer, and come back and make a recommendation to the state government in hopes that we will get federal funding to connect Memphis to Nashville. And this is simply saying we support that decision. And I would ask that this be done with same 9 minutes and send it on out.
Do you have any comments or questions? Looking at what the original proposal proposal was. It was to take this Amtrak from Atlanta to Nashville, and it would have completely left out Memphis and our ability to get to that hub and spoke. And if you think about it, what they really need to do is they need to take it from Memphis to Little Rock to Dallas. Okay, and then all of a sudden they would have that east-west connection, because once they got to Dallas, then we'd be able to get to LA. I mean, I really think this is an important way to make sure our part of the state is not left out of this important transportation. I think for the future, we're going to see more and more rail transportation in the future.
And I would add, right through, if we will. So when you talk about things like light rail,
Right.
this is critically important.
All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so we will send this with same night minutes downstairs. Any other business before the committee? We are adjourned. Thank you, Councilman Carlos.
Oh, by the way, if anybody wants to hop on this thing, it'd be great to have everybody too. Yeah.
Add me, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I'm just gonna put everybody
Yeah.
on.
Councilwoman Johnson? Councilman Ford? Councilman Jones?
Here.
Councilman Warren? Councilman Morgan?
Here.
Vice Chair Colvett?
Here. Chair observes.
Randall Tatum, City Traffic Engineer. This is a resolution to appropriate construction funding for traffic signal improvements to the intersection of Peabody and Belvedere. This project will include the complete reconstruction of the traffic signal at that location, including the installation of mast arm poles, video detection, emergency vehicle preemption, and countdown pedestrian signals. Yeah, Randall Tatum.
So I'm returning to kind of go back on the next of our discussing how we do enforcement. Started with residential. What is the history of environmental enforcement? So in 2018, I had this idea that we could do a better job of addressing had in my mind that
the whole idea of environmental enforcement, I came up with it and thought it really worked. Worked closely with the administration, got it approved, worked with council, and also got it approved. So what is this mission? The mission is to combat blight through increased enforcement strategies. Enforcement of city ordinances that pertain to litter. We focus on litter. Illegal dumping. We'll talk a lot about illegal dumping because I'm sure none of you have ever thought or heard about this subject in your districts. Used tires, which are a specific hindrance, plague. I call them a plague. We'll talk about why that is in a minute. Illegal set-outs. Chair Smiley's not here, but obviously his illegal set-out ordinance change was now under environmental enforcement. And obviously various stormwater and solid waste violations fall under environmental enforcement's purview. Now, they cover all commercial, residential properties citywide, so that's a bitty big area. There's a current staff of 19, 15 of those officers, 2 supervisors, and 2 support staff. So let's talk about a couple of their main activities that they do. Illegal dumping. So as I said, I've spoken to many of you about illegal dumping that's happening in the community. Many of you have shared your constituents' concerns about illegal dumping. So what does environmental enforcement do? We get a complaint of illegal dumping. So the officers go out and they investigate recurring illegal dumping or any illegal dumping. If with legal dumping is occurring at a recurring location, we have specific things that we do. Let's say it happens more than a couple times. We know that it's going to continue. We want to do something more proactive because when they get there, they sort through the material. They're looking for evidence of who the material originated from. If they can identify addresses, names, anything like that, they use that as a source of information. Now, that is not always successful in of itself. We've taken matters to the environmental court. The judge has said wants more substantive material sometimes, so those may not be successfully prosecuted without more evidence. So what do? So we have nearly 150 covert cameras out in the field. The covert, I mean, they're hidden. So they're not supposed to be known. We don't publicize that, obviously, because we're taking action based on what we determine and capture from those cameras. The evidence is then obtained from those cameras and identify responsible parties. We then work closely with MPD to apprehend or identify those individuals so we can then issue a citation or violation, and then we prosecute to the maximum degree possible under state law. Now, why is state law important in this discussion? State law defines very, very specifically littering and types of littering. So there are actually 3 various types of littering under state law. There is what they call mitigated criminal littering, which is the minimal. It's $50 fine. It's up to, 5 pounds and 7.5 cubic feet. What's a cubic foot? Think of a dishwasher or washing machine. One of those, 3 by 3 roughly, that's a cubic foot. So 7.5 cubic feet would be 7.5 washing machines, but or less than 5 pounds. So you can see the pounds almost always wins in most of these conversations. Criminal littering, that's a Class C misdemeanor, by the way. Criminal littering is number 2. That's 5 to 10 pounds, 7.5 to 15 cubic feet. That's a Class B misdemeanor. Also with that, the law allows the judge to issue community service. Lots of other things can be done when you have a Class B misdemeanor. And then the final one, the worst of the worst, is aggravated criminal littering. That's greater than 10 pounds or 50 cubic feet, and that is a Class E felony. Now, we have been very successful prosecuting individuals in court under the legal system with Class E felonies. Now, we did have a little bit of gap because of COVID. That is back on track. We plan to continue that process, and the good thing is we recoup fees. And also, there's pretty substantive fines to go along with that level of action by the city. And our team does a great job. And we'll talk about that. You'll see some of this in a minute. So the other main activity that I'm going to talk about is used tires. Used tires are a plague in our city. They are the worst of all the things we deal with because there are so many of them. You'll see in this that we collected 113,000 illegally disposed of tires last year. The city has a used tire ordinance. It's kind of effective, but minimally so. Because, and you ask me why? Because these used tire mom and pop shops, they pop up one night. We try to enforce them. They close down and move somewhere else. So they know how to work the system. We are looking at legally how to revise our used tire ordinance to try to tackle it differently. As I said, a used tire is an especially difficult challenge. The state does charge a $1.50 fee to every new tire sold. And then they keep, I think, 25 cents of it, and the $1.25 goes to Shelby County for every tire sold. They use that money to help offset some tire disposal, but it's not enough. So we are advocating, and look to this group as well, to increase the state fee and ask for direct allocations. I think that, just like the gas tax, we get direct allocations from state street aid. I think that the state should increase the state tire fee, and there should be a direct allocation to the municipalities for that as well, since we are basically the ones doing most of the work. Disposal is complicated and costly. You just can't take a used tire anywhere. It has to be handled in a special way. And so what does that mean ultimately? I said we collected 113,000 used tires last year, 2.9 million pounds of tires at a cost of $122,000. So I got a couple pictures. You can, everyone's familiar with what this looks like. This is an example on Covenant Pike of, a pretty significant amount of recurring illegal dumping. You see what common theme in the next picture, used tires. You'll see a lot of the used tires in these. And then you'll see this last picture at 4270 Cherry Center Drive. And this is a good story. I want to talk briefly about that, and then I'll wrap up quickly. Someone caught someone throwing out the back of U-Haul. A citizen did this. Let us know that this is happening. Got video. We took that video, that evidence, and within 24 hours had those individuals, and they're making a public apology. They were responsible. They identified that, and they are going to be held accountable for that. That's a good story. Then thanks to our citizens. So what is the future focus for in terms of this issue about illegal dumping and littering? So we really want to focus resources in illegal dumping this coming fiscal year. One of the goals is going to centralize illegal dumping operations in public works. It's kind of a mixture of divisions who manage it. It's going to fall under environmental enforcement, so we have more of a one-stop shop for everything related to illegal dumping. Again, we want to increase our response time to address illegal dumping actions, both from investigation, cleanup, and and taking further steps. We're going to be adding. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. No, decrease our response time. Increase response time. Decrease our how long it takes. I should say. Thank you. We're going to add resources with personnel and equipment in FY23 There's a plan to take more proactive actions towards commercial littering from vehicles that are not properly secured to loads. That's something you may see. We have that, again, some new strategies to deter littering. And one of those is obviously you want to identify recoup costs for those who charge. And then our 901 Keep It Clean campaign is really going to take off this year. I talked about that briefly in showcasing what that will look like, and we're making some major investments to educate the public and make sure everybody understands clearly what their roles and responsibilities are and what we plan to do to mitigate illegal dumping too. So with that, I will take any questions.
Sounds good. Okay, we have in the queue Carlisle, Logan, Warren, Jones.
And Councilman Johnson has her hand up as well, Chairman. So I have a couple, I just want to understand, I'm kind of going to go linear through your presentation. All right, so you mentioned site, and then you mentioned state law. I assume you're citing them under a city ordinance, which is $50, blah, 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 but you're going to state law. Who's prosecuting that?
We either do it in environmental court or the district attorney's office.
And what dictates whether it goes to environmental court or through the DA's office?
Felony.
The felony. So we take the misdemeanors through environmental court, and if it's triggered by the felony, the DA's office picks it up?
We can advocate for either way, but that's the preferred path to kind of make sure we get the attention we get from the courts when we need the felony.
So to that point, and I only raised this issue because I know we kind of had this discussion around reckless driving, and I was floored at like the non-prosecution of it. You mentioned the term successful, and I'm not saying it's not your team's ability to turn over evidence. And we talked about the cameras, and that's great. I'm sure the cameras help in every instance, but I think also what I heard in past conversations was they're covert, but a lot of times people assume when they're dumping that there's going to be a camera there. They may, not every time, but they can take tags off, stolen vehicle, cover their faces, and so they work, but they're not the answer, right? They're not the singular thing. I do want to learn more about the direct allocation. If there's a current statute or funding formula that you could send us or what you'd like to see, I'd love to read that. Going to, I guess, so I'm really curious what everybody else has to say.
Let me answer that question.
Yeah.
I think every tire that's sold in Memphis that has that fee should come directly to Memphis for used tire disposal. It shouldn't go to the county. So that's what would be the preference. And I think the fee should be $2.50. Okay. I think should be what it should. That's just based on the cost and what we need to do to mitigate. So it's pretty straightforward. It would just be, the state's going to have its administrative fee charge. They always have an administrative cost, but everything they don't take should come to the municipalities. And I think $2.50 is a good starting point.
Got it. So what you're saying is that every tire sold in Memphis has a fee, and then that fee goes to the county?
The used tire fee does, by state law, currently it's allocated to the county.
Classic consolidation. I think the question I've got is kind of like the environment we're in, right? Like the tire dumping is not stopping, and this has come up like whether more tongue in cheek, it's absence in the classroom works as like a solid preventative option, or having needle disposal areas. Like we know people are going to dump tires. We know where the hot spots seem to be, and they may move around within some variation. And so let me ask you about the 2.9 million pounds. Is that just the raw cost of the actual disposal of them, or is that what it costs us to send trucks out to collect them, bring them in, and then have them properly recycled or disposed of?
No, that's just the disposal.
Okay.
That is not collection.
So and that's kind of where I'm driving to. And I know we've had this discussion about other things because of illegal dumping, but tires may be an area to start. Does it not make sense to look at a citywide or data-driven specific quarterly, let's throw 3 large dumpsters out in 5 areas in the city and say, look, this is an amnesty. We're going to take your illegal tires. We'd much rather you just bring them to us, throw them in this dumpster, and move on than us try and go track them down after they've been sitting in a rotted pond or levee for 6 months and somebody finally stumbles upon them and then we go get them kind of option.
Yes, sir. So there's several concepts that are planned to come forward this year. The dumpster day concept is going to be coming forward. So each council district, we're going to have dumpster days where citizens can have their designated drop-offs. We're working on locations where we want to do that. And then we have continued to look at what we call community drop-off centers, where, you know, we can take material. There's some state law because of the way that solid waste is managed under state law, how materials can be managed on a parcel or property. But I think that we can look for ways to like you said, it's easier to bring it to you and just handle it than it is to go find it and collect it. So ways to offer that is kind of the direction we're going for.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just have to accept the environment we're in and operate within that environment. Today is they're going to dump. How do we make our lives easier? You know, as opposed to, so it's more carrot than stick. This 122, did this come out of the 200,000 at Jones? What was your program?
This is part buyback.
Buyback, okay. And that's different than this.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. How's that program? Is that?
I wouldn't advocate for that. I mean, it's a very difficult program to manage because we had difficulty. We don't have a dedicated site to do it, so we had to utilize a property that became very complicated. We thought it would work. We have difficulty with the used tire handler here in Memphis. They're their only game in town. We have started a partnership with another person who's a little more, other entity who's a little more capable for us. So once we do that, maybe there's a way to kind of facilitate how to set up locations where we can have this receiving for tires.
Yeah, and I think
we're not there yet.
And that's where I'm headed is look. I mean, and that I think that was a $200,000 allocation. Maybe it's both and maybe it's either or. But you know, this is such an ongoing problem. It seems like in everything it comes down to money and then logistics. And so you know, I can't sit around for another 2 years and continue to have this conversation about tires and illegal dumping when we're sitting on a $800 million budget and we're talking, you know, about a pilot program that'll cost us $500,000 to pilot out and see if it's scalable in some way. And $500,000 is arbitrary, but just looking at your cost here and kind of the buyback program, it seems like there's an opportunity there. And I think the body's excited about looking at getting behind this thing.
Well, and this is not all used tire costs. This is just for this one entity. There are more used tire costs, you know, because there's street maintenance. There's a public service corps collects a lot of tires. We probably spend $250,000 a year on used tire disposal in the city.
I have one more question, and I'll turn it back over. What happens, as briefly as you can, when we collect a tire and it's, quote, disposed or recycled of, other than these like Broad Avenue, you know, using them in creative ways, what happens to that tire?
They're shredded and used for various purposes. They can use them for
turf fields and
some of it is they used to be alternative fuel uses because they're you know, like PCA used to use they had a system on their property where they could burn crumb rubber to use to make heat and produce it for their products. They did change it to natural gas, I believe. So right now, most of it is landfill, ultimately. But state law in Tennessee says you can't landfill a whole tire. Some places are segmenting it because they think there might be a future use to recover that energy. But there has been some growing trends to recycle rubber to make new tires. I've seen something. I know a lot about used tire disposal, used tire processing. Tires are a complicated subject in terms of how to manage the waste of it. It is very difficult.
Morgan's got a beautiful tree in his front yard. He'd love a swing for. So, all right. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councilor Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Connect, for being here and for the information and work that you all are doing to improve in these areas. The bottoms, I want to talk about the bottoms because this is a picture of just one part of it, but
turn your mic on, please.
It is.
Okay.
The entire majority of the bottoms is this way, and a lot of it is in my district. And so this is in my district as well. And I want to know what is being done to clear this up, as well as there's another spot off of Austin P. When you're getting ready to go you're on Austin P going south, getting ready to go on to I-40, heading downtown. That whole little area over there used to be like a tent camp, but that whole strip is just full of this. And this site right here now is probably triple this amount. And I just see trucks and cars coming out, dumping, leaving out. There used to be a gate there, the gate's gone, so now it's just kind of like, or it's not working. People are just coming in and out. So what is being done? I know there are multiple agencies that deal with it, but from your perspective and your department, what's your role in this? Or, you know, in the dumping that's here, are we going to clean it up, or what are we doing?
Well, a combination of things. Washington Bottoms that's a prolific area. We do a lot of investigations. We have barricaded it off, but yeah, it is not always a permanent solution. We have talked to the state, the Tennessee Department of Transportation, because the state owns a lot of the property in this area. So we have a partnership effort to help kind of battle what can recurring the dumping going on here. There's been a number of conversations internally on what to do to kind of combat this. It is used for recreational purposes, so there's been a lot of interest to not permanently close it off, because there's interest in having access to the Wolf River area, the natural areas. So we're hoping to come up with a more, a better solution, but it's a constant effort of cleaning up. I try to identify, capturing information. There are cameras out there. We're trying to capture those individuals going in and out, capture plates, capture photos of individuals. We have been successful in some regards. Once you have a picture of an individual or vehicle, to publicize that and get the name of the individual, but it depends on how much information that the cameras capture. Some of those areas, I think it's hard to even get a camera because of the trees. So they've been working at different locations, moving the cameras to try to ensure they can get what they need. But we'll be out there cleaning it up. We have been out there on many occasions to clean it up and haul away the debris.
Well, I guess my concern is that presently, right now, today, that there is 3 times this amount at the entrance on Covington Pike. Anybody getting on and off the interstate at Covington Pike, those people going to the car lots, all of the people coming in and out of our city, buying cars on that car lot, on the Pike, as well as all of the people that live on the Pike. I have received so many complaints recently, and I've also reached out to directors about this, but I want to know when this is going to be cleaned up. I do understand that there's a lot of discussions about how to handle the bottoms, and there are some, legal things going on, but I just need to know when this part will be addressed. I know we have environmental enforcement. I don't know if there's a collaboration between environmental enforcement, solid waste, Lifeline, who else? There are a number of entities in our city that address blight and that, receive funding for that and picking up or illegal dumping or, helping to collect. But so can you let me know when do you think or when you are proposing to address this particular site?
So it takes heavy equipment to clean this up. You can't do it with manpower. It's going to take equipment. I'll find out what the status is on getting it cleaned up. We will get it done. I mentioned in this report, and as part of the fiscal 23, is going to be a significant investment in environmental enforcement to add a lot of vehicles and equipment, heavy equipment, just for illegal dumping cleanup. Because right now we basically don't have illegal dumping group heavy equipment. They're doing other things, in other areas. We have to bring them over just to work on this. So that's one of the goals, again, is to add more equipment and resources all they do is illegal dumping cleanup. So I don't have to have solid waste. I don't have to go to heavy equipment services, street maintenance, and take them out of their normal operations to do this. So, but I'll find out where we are and we'll get it cleaned up, by this week.
Okay. And so you just made a point that the city does not have a department or currently a department or equipment for this type of cleanup.
We don't have an illegal dumping equipment operations, not yet. We will. We're going to make that recommendation and request in this fiscal year's budget, FY23.
Okay. Now, no, and then you also said, and this last thing, you mentioned that this is a recreational area, the bottom. So if in fact, I know the state owns some of the property, the city owns some of the property, and there's some private owners. What are we doing to bring them together, or if this is going to be a recreational site, what are we doing to formalize that, or how are we determining that that is recreational? What does that mean, per se?
Well, I've been with the city 20 years. As long as I've known that area has been used for recreational uses. People ride four-wheelers. They do a lot of activities down there to kind of, because it is an open space and they can get into the woods and do. So it's been used that for a long time. I don't know if it's been formalized. It's what it's been allowed to be used as. Because there's various owners, then I know that we've had meetings, it's been a couple of years ago, to kind of talk about this. I know the state has also reached out to us and talking about what are we going to do in terms of like cleaning up and keeping it cleaned up. But we have never come up with a permanent solution in terms of, is it going to be a park or a recreational area? Because that in itself comes with different designations. It is a floodplain. You saw the Wolf River floods pretty extensively here when we're at certain periods of time. So it can't be used for much of anything else because it's very flood prone.
So if it's recreational, if we're saying that, and I would like for Chief McGowan to chime in on this as well, maybe making it adventure sport, if it's going to be mudding and four-wheeling and all of that, something formal needs to happen, because right now all we have is crime. Shooting has increased tremendously through the bottoms, and the neighborhoods that are around it, they are afraid, the residents, and people are hearing gunshots. If you go next door, that's all you hear about is the bottoms in the areas, the next door areas that are near it, as well as increased dumping. And so while we're doing all of the meetings and contemplating and, discussing and coming up with strategies, whatever, they're continuing to dump. So if we could figure out, Chief McGowan, how we can close out these areas until we figure out what we're going to do, that would really, really help out, because there's a lot of illegal activity going on in this spot. If you could speak to that as well, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. Well, Doug McGowan, Chief Operating Officer, 791 North Graham. I'm not prepared to give you the entire plan today because you're asking us for the first time to give you the plan, and I don't have it, but we will. So this is an area that has been of consternation for many people for many years. It has been, as Director Connect said, by, I guess, habitual use. People use it for whatever they want, four-wheelers, motorcycles, and now illegal dumping. And so we have a comprehensive plan for the city about how we choose to use the land in the boundaries of our city. And so I think a couple of things coming together. There's a lot more energy and growth in our city. We are getting new investment, and we don't want to do anything that deters from investment. So two things I'll say. Number one, Director Connect is right. We are proposing a new investment in specific resources to take care of illegal dumping that's going forward. We will take care of that specific site today. So subject to council approval, the mayor will talk a little bit more about this in his budget presentation. I think it's something long overdue in our city. The second is this bears further action with respect to our comprehensive plan. What do we want that to be? Do we want to, some people may want to turn that into an off-highway park. I'm not sure if that's allowable since there's a waterway and a stream there. Can we actually allow that to occur? We probably need to find out what's allowed there and then what our citizenry would like to see happen there. And I think that's worth making an investment into. So I will talk with the Director of Planning and Development and say, hey, let's get a plan for the Wolf River. We have, as you know, the Wolf River Greenway, which is going to go all the way from, well, actually, you'll be able to ride that greenway from West Memphis all the way out to Collierville eventually. So there's brand new investment that goes through many of the council districts that are represented here. So the waterway that's adjacent to it, we ought to have a plan for that as well. So immediately, yes, we ought to mitigate the dumping and we ought to mitigate the crime. We ought to invest the time to figure out what the long-term solution is for that waterway. So I thank you for bringing that to our attention. We did a lot of the land use. I don't know that we ever came to a conclusion on that. So we will invest some time in figuring out what we should do for that. What's the highest and best use of that area for our city? Do we keep it as natural or do we actually turn it into something as you suggest?
I appreciate you bringing that up or mentioning that. I would like to propose or move that we come up with a task force to discuss what we're going to do, or what can be done, or what the city, like you said, the citizens would like to see happen with that land, because like you said, we've been dealing with this for so long, and I think it would be an opportunity for us to really see some movement in this area if we put together a task force to assist with that. So I would bring that back, colleagues, to this evening, if we would, and we can look at that as we've done in other with other situations that we're dealing with.
For one piece of information, we did a Mid-South Regional Green Print that was really the basis for our comprehensive plan. We had a green print that covered all of the bodies of water. So what I would like is for, I talked to Director Zena and his team to come back and maybe brief us on what does the green print call for in those areas, and then what could we catalyze to actually move forward with the green print in those areas, because the green print was all about trails and waterways, and it did include something here. So I'd like to refresh all of our collective memories on what that green print says about that area. I don't know who'd be prepared today, but potentially he can be prepared for a presentation next council meeting.
Okay, we'll do that. It did include you said it did include the bottom?
It included all of the waterways and trails in and around Memphis and Shelby County. So again, I'm going from the top of my, I didn't know that we'd be talking about that specific thing today, but from my memory, the green print included all of the areas in the waterways in and around Memphis and Shelby County.
Okay. So you all will come
There's a
back to
website too, Councilwoman, that goes in detail.
Tell you what, guys, it's 10:03 and we've only got 12 more minutes and one more action and 4 more members wishing to speak. So why don't we do this? Let's have this again in committee in 2 weeks to continue our good conversation. If anybody has any questions of Director, now is the time. But again, guys, we're going to have to put this one on the clock. Councilman Jones, and now we're up to 5 councilmen. But can you just questions only?
Yes. Thank you, Chief McGowan.
Do we have a permitting process for used tire operation?
They're a permitted process for used tires. Yes, sir. They're supposed to have the haulers and the sellers. They're supposed to have a permit.
Okay. So, is there? Okay. Well, didn't know that. Okay. My next question is, maybe we need to look at more reinforcement and revoking those licenses for if we find bad operators. Do we have, looking at the number of personnel, 15? Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Having 15 environmental enforcement officers. That's about 21 officers per square mile of Memphis. That's the equivalent of City Hall to East Parkway, City Hall to 3rd and Mallory, then City Hall to I-40 in Watkins. That's a lot of area that each person has to cover. Do we have enough personnel to get the job done?
Well, we have a plan, as Chief McGowan mentioned a second ago, of bringing more resources. So I think that's where we're moving, is to increase that workforce for specifically more actions, more personnel.
Can't wait to see it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you. Quick question about the Class C, Class B misdemeanors, and Class E felonies. Just in terms of what are the numbers in 2021? How many people did we have active case against or prosecute or charge with each of those categories? Do we have those numbers? Could you get them?
Let me find out. I don't know. But again, with COVID, we were sidelined with those interact with a lot more work in managing mask mandates. So I know we were just now gearing back up. Let me see where we were in the last 2 years and give you like a breakdown.
And then it might be we need to go back to 2019 to find a baseline year, even though I know we've been scaling up and adding to this. And then I don't know if this would be possible, but the follow-up to that is, of those that we charged, how many were actually found guilty? And that, then that's going to have to be coordinated with the DA's office and environmental court. And maybe some of these are still pending cases, so it doesn't work for 2021 numbers. But if we can just get some raw data about how many people were held accountable to each of these violations, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Warren, do you have questions?
Yes, if I was a citizen and someone left a tire in my yard, what do I do with it?
Like one tire?
One tire.
Yeah. Well, you have two options. You could report it as illegal dumping, but if it's on your property, you're responsible for it. So if how the law is written, you're required to secure your property. Secure means that you prevent illegal uses or unauthorized uses. So unfortunately, if someone throws a tire in your front yard, you would have to manage the disposal. You could then move it to the curb. If you're paying a solid waste fee, call 311 and let them know you have a used tire, and then solid waste would collect it.
So you call 311 and let them know to come pick it up?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilman, if you can put up to 4 tires on the curb in front of your house.
That's what I want the public to understand.
And we will pick that up. So just 4 tires stacked neatly beside your cans, and solid waste will pick that up. If the truck does not pick it up because there's not enough room, then we will have the outside the cart guys pick it up, and or the Public Service Corps will come by and pick it up.
Okay, so I just want the public to know you've got that issue. Call 311, put it on the curb. And the last question is, what is the penalty for a Class E felony?
It varies depending on the how much information they obtain. That basically you get full cost recovery, and then there have been jail sentences, and there have been pretty significant fines. Because it's a felony, it's not limited by state law, so the judge has pretty good discretion. So we've had thousands of dollars in fines, thousands of dollars in recoveries, and we've also had jail time.
So I think people need to realize that if you're doing that, and particularly in the bottoms, we need to have a few felony convictions in the bottoms for people who are taking stuff down there, and we're looking for it. And it's 10 pounds. You put anything more than 10 pounds out there, we're going to get you for a Class E felony. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilor Johnson, then Ford, then Logan.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Thank you. I connect the information that you provided. Several of my questions have been raised already and addressed somewhat. So I'm looking forward to you coming back next week to resolve it. I guess my question now, and it probably is on the minds of a lot of the citizens, how soon will the trash that's out there now be picked up as a result of the recent storm activity we've had?
Yes, great question. Our contractors are actively working every day, 7 days a week on storm debris collection. So as I've said in the public, solid waste services are only going to be working on solid waste related responsibilities like carts and then bulky trash that's not storm debris. Anything that is storm debris, we have to be separated and put into its own pile. And then what these contractors doing, we have like 30 some trucks out every day just going and working every city street. They're going to basically do a single pass. They're about 25% through with the city right now. We've done 160,000 cubic yards of collection. That's 160,000 washing machines, as an example, that have been collected. We're at 25%. So it's going to take another 30 days, potentially 45 days to finally get that first sweep. And then we're going to do the whole thing again. We're going to go back and do it all again. But it is going to be a lot of debris. Actually, it's going to Class 3 landfills. But so basically, it's going to take some time. They're working every day. They're going to continue this process and try to get done as quickly as possible the first pass and do the second pass starting immediately after that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman, could I just give you a bit of context? Just so everybody's aware, a bit of context. In a normal year, we pick up 400,000 cubic yards of things outside the cart. So I just want to emphasize what Director Connect said. We've already picked up just in storm debris 160,000, and we're only a quarter of the way through the city. That's in addition to the 400,000 that we typically get outside the cart. So this is a lot of work. If you were all the way back to 2017, it took us about 3 or 4 months because we had, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of cubic yards of waste to get rid of. So they are working very, very hard so far. It's like 6,000 truckloads worth of stuff that they've taken out. So it'll take a little while. Okay. I appreciate everybody's cooperation because what I've seen in the communities, people are stacking it separately, and it's making it a little bit easier for us to identify and collect. So,
yeah, they just make sure the public understands, like Chief McGowan saying, that solid waste trucks are going to pass it. We want the public to understand we're coming to get it because the FEMA reimbursement guidelines, we have to do it in a special way. That's the message we're trying to make sure they understand. And then they're also doing the hazardous tree removal. So there's contractors and bucket trucks going to go down every city street and address any hazardous trees. Those are called leaners and hangers. And we've already done 5,000 of those trees. So, and we're only about 20%. So there's a lot more to be done on that side as well.
I totally agree, but I just think the citizens are appreciative of the fact that you are doing it. Sometimes it's not happening in their particular neighborhood, so they're not quite sure what is going on if they don't travel the city. I'm looking forward to the recommendations that you're going to have in regards to what plans in the future. But I would ask that you could keep in mind the possibility of closing some streets that are not going to be used, are being used for dump sites right now. I also have a question in regards, what can we do by making owners more responsible for their property? A lot of these are on large tracts of land. It is the owner responsibility to a certain extent to keep the trash out. What are they doing? Are they putting fences up? Are they not putting fences up? Whatever. But I think we need to make sure owners are aware that they have that responsibility. The other thought I had too is if we did have free dumping sites, would that assist in the possibility of keeping blight down? And when I said free dumping site, I'm talking about year round. Right now, you get to dump, I think, go to the site and you can dump one truckload with your driver's license. I think it's once a month, if I'm correct. But if we had more of those, it's a possibility we can get past. And then I'd like to also get into it in the future in regards to the tire process. How it travels from a tire sales local retail shop and how it's supposed to travel back to any particular site where they're supposed to be dumping it. So maybe that could be tightened up as well because people are picking the tires up, but it's my understanding they don't necessarily make it back any place. They just take the money for picking up the tires and that's it. So we need to have a cycle to show they picked up and they delivered the tires once they picked it up. And those are my concerns, and I look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councilman Ford?
Thank you. My question, have you all talked to the railroads and all about tires? Do you all sell those used tires to them?
No, under state law, once we receive a used tire, we have to dispose of it in compliance with the requirements. We need to have to go through a process. We don't have a mechanism to sell tires to any entity for reuse. We have had a couple special projects with Binghamton Development Corps. They had a plan to use tires for the delineators to stop people from crossing over in areas. That was a creative way that we've kind of looked at, but
I hate to cut you off because we're behind time, but I need you to go and check with the federal government. I need you to get with the rail system because they are using the used tires for all of those crosses and everything else. They're not using the wood anymore. They're using the tires. They're better and everything else. So please check all that out, you know, because, hey, and then maybe the city can get some instead of the county. But that's very important. I know this as a fact because Tennessee may not be using it, but I know people in Louisiana, everywhere else, and the rail system is using it and buying these tires, and they're making all of what is it, the crossings and everything that used to be wood, they're not using that anymore. They're using used tire rubber.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so please check it out. Maybe able to get some money from the federal government, okay? Things like that, but that's very important. Thank you very much. That's the only thing that I had, but please check that out because I know that for a fact.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and they're better. Okay.
Excellent point, Councilman Ford. I'm very interested in hearing just what the feedback on that is. Councilman Logan, why don't you close us out?
I just wanted to piggyback on the comment about citizens putting 4 tires out by their, at the curb to be picked up. How often can they do that?
They do it on their bulk day, so there's 2 times per month.
Oh, okay.
So we would hope that, the average citizen is not going to have, 24 times a year that they're going to be putting 4 tires out because those people, if they have 1 or 2 cars, that's they last every few years. So we also would ask citizens that, don't let people put them out in front of your house because there are people that will go out and,
right.
I'm around the city many mornings and I see random tires just laying in places you would never expect them. So, I have a very strong suspicion that at the end of the workday, some of the folks who may or may not be complying with our rules are just tossing them out on their way home so they don't have to worry about disposing. So don't let somebody place them in front of your house. If they're your tires, please put them out there and we'll take care of it. But we ought not be letting folks skirt the rules by, using your front yard as a place to put tires.
Thank you for clarifying that, because I was told that you can only do that a certain number of times per year, that they would only pick up. But that twice a month is what you said.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilor Logan. All right, we're short on time. I know we got some heavy stuff on MLG&W to talk about. So item number 3 is a presentation on tow truck operators. All council district requested by Council Lady Johnson. Can we go ahead? Who's presenting on this? All right, Mr. Upton, have a seat. Let me get your name and address. And as I'm fond of saying, please note the time. We are over.
Yeah, we'll be short. I think we're working towards something.
Press the button. Oh, there you go. Forgot.
It's been a while.
Well, you're here often enough.
Yeah. David Upton, 2106 Lee Place, Memphis, Tennessee. So I work with these tow truck industries. I've got some people who are here with me. I don't know if we have time to talk much about it. I know, but so one of the things, when I talked to Councilman Jones a couple of weeks ago, I said they couldn't be here. He said, well, if there's something that is a major problem with them, just let us know. Maybe we can work through it. I think so the situation is, I think that the major credit card language, I think they're fine with that. Most of the industry is. I think they're fine with that. The city lot takes major credit cards. They don't take all the Cash App and all those things. Apparently, they had a difficult experience where people were doing chargebacks, so they stopped. So I think, in a nutshell, if you all are so inclined to take a friendly amendment this evening, if it could be worked out to everyone's satisfaction, that the language would reflect the same policy that the city, in terms of those payment plans, with the tow truck companies, the private sector would do that too. I think that's what we're working towards, and maybe we can get there by the end of the day. And
all right. Mr. Upton, so what you're saying is you would, when we read the meeting minutes, we're going to pull that off the minutes, bring forward the friendly amendment, and vote on that, and potentially you're asking us for the amendment to basically make it compliant and exactly the same as the city. Is that in a nutshell?
Ideally, that would be the case.
Outstanding. Councilman Jones, you're recognized.
It works.
Good morning, Ms. Upton. Question I have, so I'm familiar with the complaint about chargebacks. I'm not quite familiar with it. It would seem like the Cash App is less prone to chargebacks. I hadn't seen anybody reverse Cash Apps and Zelle. I'm not, like I said, I'm not familiar with it. Credit cards, I've seen what would be a unauthorized charge. I can call my credit card company and get that reversed. So you're saying that it's the Cash App and the Zelle is subject to rescission?
Apparently so much that they're real concerned about it, and so much so that the city lot tried it and they stopped it. Now, they may figure that out in the future. The city lot is kind of a good, there may be some fix to that in the future, in which if you took that out today, maybe y'all could get to a place where you feel comfortable taking it out there, and then what's good for the goose, you know how that works. Maybe that you may have to revisit that, but I think they would feel good about it if you would make them, put them on parity today.
Okay, so if we make, so I'm willing and open to a negotiation on this, just from the standpoint, if we don't have to go back and redo this, so essentially saying whatever the city lot does, the industry will adopt too. So if 6 months from now, the city goes back and says, we're accepting Zelle and Cash App, that the language would be identical to basically say, we don't have to review the ordinance again, but we'll adopt whatever the city does.
I'm going to nod yes. I'm speaking. I'm going to look at this gentleman works with, he's the president of the Tow Association. Go ahead and
morning. My name is Evan Mealer, 1828 Thomas Road, Memphis 38134. I'm the president of the Tennessee Tow Truck Association. The main issue that we're going to have as business owners with Cash App and Venmo is the logistics of our employees having access to our bank accounts. Even if we make a separate account that's not our main business account for that, the Venmo and Cash App have to tie to a bank account. So the logistics of that for a small company might not be that big of a deal. Somebody that's running 1 or 2 trucks, having 1 or 2 people out there that do that, okay, I've got 20 trucks on the road. I have no interest in having that many people have access to any of my bank accounts. And I believe that Nashville has done a good job with this in their language. That's what I had in front of me here. And they just distinguish what a major credit card is: Visa, MasterCard, American Express, Discover, and the Diners Club card. I found a little bit of humor in that part of it. But, you know, yes, I think it's Nashville's tourist demographic, maybe the Diners Club card.
If I may, I'm going to ask a question. Councilman Jones just asked, if we create language that creates parity, and we can just do this today without coming back and have a full-blown hearing, will that meet our purpose today? And I think that
it will meet our purposes for today, yes, but I do foresee a problem if the scenario that Councilman Jones just said, if the city decides to take that. Logistically for us, that would be much more problematic than doing credit card processing.
But if we have along those lines, if we have multiple employees at the city lot, don't we face the same issue that you all would be facing?
I would say yes.
Okay. So that's why I would say that if, from a parity standpoint, if the city sort of works this out, I don't know, without our having to go back through this process again, would it be amenable to your organization to essentially, if the issue is, the city doesn't have to do this, why should we? But if the city adopts this without our having to go back through this process again, if the issue is the city isn't doing this, once we adopt it, that you all, I'm amenable to 90 days, 60 days, whatever the time period may be in order to.
I agree with you, sir. If it works for the city, it'll work for us. We're happy being held to the same standard that the city holds themselves to.
And if there's a reason to come iron some details out, this is what these forms are for. So I think today this would be a win for everybody.
I'm amenable to that.
Very good. I assume you're going to be bringing that to the floor this evening?
Okay.
Okay. So you have the ball. Free advice. Give the chair lady a heads up that y'all intend to do that, just so that there are no there. Councilman Morgan's recognized, and then Council Lady Johnson will close us out.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. My primary concern is again talking about the citizen and just making sure that they are not captured or held hostage by the fact that they don't have $120 cash on them at 2 a.m. in the middle of the road. So as long as they're taken care of and that we've got major access for them in terms of payment options, I do think Venmo is probably going to be a more important payment option coming into the future, just with how many people use it, especially amongst the younger generations. So that's, y'all just going to have to figure that one out as a business operation. But I don't know about all the other ones. But as long as Visa, MasterCard, American Express, those main ones are available, people, I think that's good enough relief for now. Let's just make sure we get the language ahead of time and dot all the I's and cross all the T's, and that nothing's, that's my main concern. Don't want to leave them stranded. And for me, the main purpose of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. Councilor Johnson closes out.
Thank you. I have a concern, a question about the 2%. Can someone clarify what the 2% is about?
Yeah, Councilman Jones, it's your language. So there is some language in there that they read and they're scratching their heads over. We are. You could charge no more than 2% on top of the other fees. And I kind of think what that means is the credit card company already, the Visa, whoever you're handing over, they've got their charge, and that's already going to be there. Is it that you don't want the record company to add some excessive on top? So yours would allow them to take whatever and put 2% a convenience fee, which would be like $3 or something. It's not much given your fee structure. Y'all set the fee structure anyway. That's what it is. This isn't trying to say that the record company, if their credit card vendor charges 3, that they can't charge 3. You're not trying to get into that transaction, are you? You just don't want them to be racking it up on top of the fee.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. I think.
Point of information.
Okay. Yes, sir.
As long as that's clear.
Well, point of information is, if there's no reason to have that 2% in there, should we just remove that when we're doing our amendment later on? Because I don't know if the record companies really want to charge 2% more. Do they want to charge that 2% more? Because that's what it's doing, it's giving an option.
From a merchant standpoint, sometimes they can pass on that cost. Other times they absorb it. And so what this is saying, if they do pass it on, that there's a limit as to how much they can pass on, because it could be, and you have different processors, for instance. One processor could say, well, we charge 25 cents per transaction. Another one could say, well, we charge a percent. And so that percent, if that processing, if they choose one that has a 4% processing fee which may be out of line with what the industry says, they would want to pass on that 4% to the customer. We're just saying, well, if you've chosen one at 4%, you can only get 2% back of that 4%.
But I think what's happening is that's being charged to the customer, not to the tow truck.
It depends.
It all depends on.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You have
in my former life, I got popped up to 5%.
Right.
On credit card transactions. So this limits there's no fleecing, but it also means you need to look for a better bank.
It does vary. My service passes it on automatically. I don't even know what they charge.
Right.
If I charge $125, I get $125. I don't know what the customer's paying. That's just me. There are other options.
All right. Councilor Johnson, you're re-recognized.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that's absolutely clear that whatever the particular major credit card is charging is totally different from a possibility of an additional up to 2%. There's no connection between the two. Is that correct?
So are you saying if American Express charges me 3.5%, that I should be able to pass the 3.5% on up to 5.5%?
No. What I'm saying is, if American Express charges you 3.5%, you have nothing to do with that. That's passed on to the customer.
Well, yes, we can't control their rate.
Right, exactly.
But I believe what Councilman Jones is saying is if they charge me 3.5%, I'm only entitled to recuperate 2%. So I'm still going to lose 1.5%. Is that correct, sir?
That's why I want to make sure that doesn't occur.
I want to make sure I understand you correctly.
So I think that there are a number of different players out there. So
yes, sir.
Each one
the
can
numbers
have
are arbitrary.
Certain ones. So, we can go, we go to restaurants right now. Mm-hmm. And on top of tipping, they say a service fee.
Right.
Whatever the case may be. And so from the standpoint, and I'm not married to that particular percent, but it could be 3.5, but for every tow truck operator you have, they could very well have a different payment system.
Yes, sir.
And so that different payment system, if I'm talking about,
it's going to vary.
ADP or any of the other ones that are out, it's going to vary.
Yes, sir.
So from that standpoint, that's a cost of doing business that you all have anyway for accepting credit cards. Every organization that accepts credit cards, that's a cost of doing business. Mm-hmm. From that standpoint, we just don't want the industry to be adding on what would be an excessive fee to do that, whether it's
7% when they're only getting popped for 3.
Right. Yeah. If we say it can't exceed 4, I'm okay to that. Mm-hmm. Just from the standpoint, without us having any language in there, there's nothing prohibiting a bad actor from saying, well, we charge an additional 10% for this.
And let's do this. In the interest of time, y'all huddle up, figure out. So when we come before council, y'all got it worked out. Hopefully have something we can all vote on. Anybody else obviously wants to participate, you're more than welcome. Look forward to seeing you at 3:30, and you have the ball on the amendment. Make sure chairman's aware of that. There being no further business by this committee, we stand adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Apologies, man. We were jamming it.
I did it. Appreciate it.
Well, we got some real meat and taters to go over with MLGW. Apologies, Chairman.
That's all right. Thank you.
Towing once and for all, where we don't have to start. I know y'all are tired of hearing about towing coming up.
Well, it's important. We got to tighten it up.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. We have two items on our agenda today. And I'm going to read both items and allow the president of MLGW to lead us in this discussion. Number one is a discussion regarding MLGW ethics policy, all council districts requested by Councilman Carlisle. And the second item on our agenda is updated report on the recent winter storm outages, all council districts requested by MLGW administration. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, and we're grateful to be here this morning. What I'd like to do on the first item, take the first item first on the ethics policy discussion, and I have with me today our General Counsel and Chief Compliance and Ethics Officer, Cheryl Patterson. She's going to take predominantly the lead on this, but I will just say at the outset that, as you know, our policies are set by board action. We certainly look forward today to receiving your input and thoughts around opportunities with this particular topic. I think Cheryl can speak to some things that are going on to enhance that, but I will leave it open to the committee for questions maybe from Councilman Carlisle if he has any. And certainly you have a presentation in front of you that kind of outlines the policy, but rather than go through that, I thought it might be more effective for us just to take the questions that you may have to start with.
Okay. Please add Councilman Carlisle. He's present. Thank you. Okay, we're ready for the presentation.
Thank you. And I'll defer to, to Councilman Carlisle if he wants to start off. That'd be good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to President Young and Attorney Patterson, GT. I appreciate you guys being here. So this issue has been raised up, obviously, as we are continually going down the process of power supply needs and has come to light to the public. And I think it's important that we discuss this. The MLGW Human Resources Policy Manual, this resolution was adopted in 2007. And I've said this before and I'll say it again, transparency is a good thing. Accountability is a good thing. And so I think the best thing to do here is allow Attorney Patterson to go over kind of the highlights if she wants to. My direct questions are going to be the following, which is, I understand this is under review, that's correct. But this is the resolution that's approved today. And so I'd like to know if those members or employees or officers of the company are in compliance, and if they are not, what's going to be done to bring them into compliance and when. And then specific to the financial disclosure information, I recognize that we have a volunteer board at MLGW and that some investments, there's a right to remain personal and private to a degree, so long as there's not a direct conflict with decisions and things that are being made at the board level and recommendations that are being made by the officers of the company. However, I will have to admit, I was surprised to see what I would call the condensed nature of our current form. And I don't know why we wouldn't adopt something more similar to the Tennessee Ethics Commission that everyone on this body is subject to. Doesn't have to be identical, but the idea of being able to put information out for the public to see at an easy to locate spot, and I think Councilman Morgan did it along with this body, put our statements of disclosure on our websites with our profiles so it's readily available. And here's the deal. Whether or not you agree or disagree or you see that there is or isn't, if there is a perception of impropriety, we have a problem, especially with a public institution that's a division of the city of Memphis and that is a publicly owned utility. And so I'd love for you guys to kind of walk through generally where we are today, what you are reviewing specifically, and then where we are in compliance and how you're going to put a bow on this whole thing. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
If you want to turn to the presentation, I'll just kind of run through what we have. Our ethics effort is set forth in a couple of different policies. We have the ethics policy that was adopted in 2007. Just for a historical note, At that time, it was contemplated that there would be a joint city-county ethics board to which all of this information would be submitted, and that ethics board was, the intent was for that ethics board to post all of the disclosure items submitted on their website. Sometime between the day of MLGW's board and the day they voted on it and the day the council and the county commission voted, the county and city forms of ethics policy changed. And that whole joint city-county ethics board went away. The MLGW board had already adopted it, and so we kind of pivoted, and all this occurred before I came here back in 2007. And so we have created our own form, and we have, modified the policy provision. I mean, we've modified not the policy provisions, but the way we implement the compliance with that policy to accommodate the fact that that board never came into being. Just to kind of skip to the end, I'll go back through the policy provisions, but you should know that we are in the process, and really actually have been for the last several months, of looking at how best to structure our ethics effort. Right now, I'm the chief ethics officer. One of the things that has been of concern to me is that I think that ought to be a committee, not just me. And so we're in the process of looking at how to structure the ethics compliance process for us. So it's a pretty comprehensive look, not just in response to the communication, the media that we've heard in the last few weeks. So under the ethics policy, we have, we actually have, let me go back and say we have several resources. We have the ethics policy from 2007. We also have a conflict of interest policy. We call it our standards of business conduct policy that was adopted back around the same time, but has been updated periodically several times. So it is where our actual conflict of interest language sits, not really in the ethics policy. The ethics policy provides for the annual disclosure forms to be filed, but it does not, and it has some general language, but the standards of business conduct policy really has the specifics of the conflict of interest issues in it. Our HR department and other policies, there's a gifts and gratuities policy, there's some other things that kind of support the concepts in the ethics policy. Those are updated as regularly. We also look at state and federal law and what the requirements are for those, and the ethics and compliance department for the last couple of years and the legal department are always available to help employees who have questions about ethics type issues. So the policy, if you'll turn to slide 3, the ethics policy applies to all full and part-time employees of MLGW and to the members of the Board of Commissioners. It requires compliance with financial disclosure obligations, as well as providing for rules on gifts and gratuities. Who has to file those? The president and CEO and executive staff have to file financial disclosures every year, as do the board members. Employees who report directly to the president, managers and assistant managers, procurement and contracts professionals, or personnel, I should say, and any employee who evaluates, approves, recommends, or any request for proposal or bid solicitation for the purchase of goods and services for MLGW. When are those filed? Annually, or within 30 days of a change in position. So if you get a promotion, you'll have to look at an update to the extent that your new position may change what your area of responsibility is. We also ask that if there's a change in circumstance based on what you have disclosed, that you disclose that within 14 days to update your form. And then it is a one-page form, and you've seen that. It's, we do have sort of an abbreviated form intended to cover everything, but there's always room for improvement. So the questions that we have on the ethics form, disclosure form, are information about employment outside of the division for our part-time employees. Some of them work for other entities that operate in our industry. We need to know that. Reportable income of $1,000 or more, and that applies. And all of these questions we ask not only for the employee, but for their immediate family. So spouses, children, parents, etc. Loans, we ask for anything in excess of $1,000, although we did exclude from that the obligation to disclose standard mortgages from federally insured financial institutions at normal, usual, and customary rates, simply because everybody has one. And so, and our feeling was that that was not going to influence someone's vote on a contract. Although, we're looking at all those things as we look at the updated policy. And then we also have sort of a catch-all, which is, I think, not really required by state law, but we have a catch-all with, do you have any personal interest that wouldn't show up in a financial concept that might influence how you think about a particular vendor, et cetera. And we ask that they disclose that if they have something. That's going to change. That's going to vary by person. Because some people, know others, but they're not influenced by those relationships. Others would be. So we ask them to tell us. Much like a recusal might be, out of an abundance of caution at a meeting. So the media has been concerned over the last few weeks about two things, I think. One, that our form of disclosure. And, like I said, we're in the process of looking at that. Everything can always be improved, and we're open to any suggestions that anybody has about that as we continue to look through and revise those. And then the whether or not they are published on a website. We collect these documents, from the annual disclosure forms, from probably 70 people a year. It's not just our board members and the senior staff. And so the question becomes, how do you manage that from a publication perspective? We did go ahead and put the board members' disclosure forms and the senior leadership staff disclosure forms on the website. They are not the best forms. We were doing manually submitted forms until a couple of years ago. We have started to do electronic, and we need some cleanup on the formatting of that electronic form. But we went ahead and posted them because it is not our intention to give anybody the impression that we don't want to share this information with the public. And in fact, all of the annual disclosure forms that have been filed by any employee who fits in these categories since 2008 is available by a public records request. So they are available to everybody for that entire period of time. So the ethics policy also addresses gratuities, and it really prohibits any employee from directly or indirectly soliciting or accepting a gratuity because of their official position from any prohibited source. And a prohibited source is anybody who seeks or might seek a contract with Mlgw. And so you can neither solicit a gratuity nor can you provide a gratuity to any prohibited source. And a gratuity is defined, and you can look through the slides on those. They're anything of monetary value, basically. But what we do, we exclude some things like greeting cards and things like that. But so I'm going to skip over to slide 10, but you have information about that if you're interested. There are some situations, for example, in Memphis is a pretty small community, and so some people have prior family relationships, and they might, exchange wedding gifts. We, if they don't tell us about it, we probably don't know, but we also ask them to tell us about it. And a lot of employees do come forward and say, I'm going to give this baby gift to my, good friend who happens to be an employee of some vendor. And we walk through those and make sure that there isn't a problem with that under our policy. The other thing that we get a lot of questions about are meals, free meals, things like that. Our rule is no meals, even if it's less than $50. We do not allow our employees to accept free food unless they're at a conference where the conference sponsor is providing the food, because it's just impractical for us to pay for it ourselves.
Yeah, but that follows in line with federal lobbying guidelines.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. We follow those as well. So that really kind of gives you an overview of what our policies look like. And again, like I said, we're looking at one of the things that the Standards of Business Conduct policy does is to flesh out what we consider a direct conflict. And so if you are the officer or own a controlling interest in a business, MLGW just cannot do business with that entity at all. We have some others that are not controlling interests, but there may be some relationship where it can be disclosed, and then the board would have to make a decision as to whether we would go forward anyway, regardless of the value of the contract. Whether it hits the $50,000 threshold or not, we would take any contract that we are aware of having that issue to the board. So with that, I'll just ask for any questions.
So on the cities, you mentioned, so right now you're responsible for the accountability feature, is what I'll call it, of this current resolution. And I'll grant some leeway here as it is officially under review. You mentioned a board. What are your thoughts on that board? Obviously, the city has its own ethics. You guys feel like you're independent. We could probably make arguments both ways, but what are you thinking?
So I have not come to any final decision, and obviously it'll be ultimately the board's decision as to how this unfolds. But currently, my thought is that the board and our CEO probably ought to be a separate process from the rest of the staff. We need the information from the rest of the staff, but that probably can be managed at my level with a board that includes, some high-level folks at MLGW and maybe some citizen input. As it relates to the board and the CEO, I'm kind of thinking that we might need to dovetail into other policies. And so we're looking at what the best way to do that is.
I would I strongly recommend an independent or two, if it's a board of 5, 2 independent board members to that committee, right? Outside of and unbiased. But I understand needing the institutional knowledge, et cetera. And again, I hate that. Let's form another committee. I mean, I get it. But if you're not going to utilize the city's current ethics officer in their structure, and you're going to create your own, it needs to have some independence to it. And then lastly, because I'm sure others may have comments or questions, when do you believe you will have a recommendation to your board, and that's something that this body can see?
So we have committed to have this done by the end, have something to the board for review by the end of the first quarter.
Okay. And I'll just say this again. One, I recognize this policy was not around when you were here. You guys are responsible for it. I'm glad that it's coming to light. Disclosure is a good thing. Whether or not we require recusals or open time conflicts of interest, there's not a single member on this body, and Alan, I don't think I'm required to recuse on anything, right? But I disclose everything because it just can't hurt. And I just am, it's an unfortunate set of circumstances that we're here today talking about this in the midst of probably the singular most impactful process that's been undertaken in the last 50 years as it relates to MLGW. And I hope that we can clean it up to the point rapidly into something that's satisfactory to this body and to the public, and they understand that nothing nefarious was going on, that this was a slight lapse in paying attention to something that is incredibly important, but maybe doesn't impact our day-to-day at MLGW, right? You guys have $1 billion company to run that. I understand that. So thank you for coming. I may have some follow-up questions, but I certainly want to yield the floor to other members.
I do want to mention, in addition to that, or in response to that, to be clear, there's been no lapse in filing the disclosure forms and getting all of that done on an annual basis. I want to be clear that if that's on the record, there's not been a situation where folks haven't been doing it. I think the real question was around whether or not this board had been formed, and their corollary website, and it was the disclosures were present in that location, but they've always been available, is my understanding. Of course, y'all know it predates me, if it predates Cheryl, but I think that's just want to be clear on that as well.
Okay, I see. Okay, Johnson and then Jones. Thank you so much, Chair, for the opportunity. I have questions. I wasn't here. Why do you think we have two sets of policies? Why would it be necessary for Memphis Light, Gas, and Water to have their own ethics policy and compare it to the city of Memphis? We're all working for the same people. You know, we all should be governed by the same guidelines. Everybody having something different creates issues. There's always creates questions. So do you have an explanation of why you think they went with a separate set of guidelines?
So the MLGW employees serve at the will and pleasure of the MLGW board. It was set up that way in the charter. And so they don't enjoy the benefits of being city employees. They have the benefits of whatever the MLGW board sets up. And so from a policy perspective, as it relates to our employees, they've always run separately. That doesn't mean that we don't try to stay, sort of in lockstep to the extent that we can, or that it makes sense in our industry. But because of the way MLGW is structured, it really is the board that needs to set policy for its employees.
Okay. I can respect that, but at the same time, I think everybody has to realize things have changed, concept, perception, how people may perceive this situation, along with dealing with this possibility of alternative energy, that we got to get back in step and work things together and keep it simple. We've made it complicated for the average person to understand. And I think personally that Memphis Light, Gas, and Water has taken a rap for a lot of things that maybe they shouldn't have to. But because you don't do anything differently and you're just letting it ride the way it's been going, you end up assuming responsibility. I'll give you a quick example. I've been talking to people about the different alternatives of energy. And I talked to them about how purchasing electricity. They tell me Memphis Light, Gas, and Water produces electricity. And they were arguing me to the end that Memphis Light, Gas, and Water is the provider of energy. And then when I explained to them, no, it's TVA, they said, no, you're wrong. So I think it needs to be a good, clear distinguish. You've been carrying, all the weight for TVA all these years, whereas you should have been able to say, wait a minute, we're charging you basically what TVA is charging us with a percentage for administration. But that's not the way it's being perceived. Just like Gas and Water is getting the bad rap, along with all the extra fees that comes from the bill too. But once we break it down, it's back to actually a referral or a pass-through of a fee that TVA is actually charging out there. So I'm just saying, I think you're working on maybe new guidelines, but keep it simple. Let's try to keep it across the board. We're all part of Memphis. You may have your own division by charter, but we're working for the same group of citizens. they should expect the same type of service from everybody in that given situation. So, those are my comments at this point so far, but I really wish if you look at that, keep it simple. I think we have a process, and the same process is used in the county when I was working over there. It's not that difficult to keep it simple across the board, and everybody understands what should be expected. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Jones?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Ms. Patterson and Chief. Well, Mr. President, Ms. Young. Is there anything preventing MLGW from adopting what the city's policy may be? I know the board has to take an affirmative step to do so, but from the standpoint, if you look at residency, for instance, when we required that everybody live in Shelby County, MLGW adopted that. So, sort of going to Mrs. Johnson's point, is there anything preventing MLGW from doing so?
So, no.
Okay.
The answer to your question is no. That's not to say that we wouldn't need to adopt it as our own policy, as opposed to just saying we're going to be a part of the city's policy.
Okay. And Ms. Young, you made a comment earlier about the disclosures and the fact that they weren't on the website, and I think the question was asked, but I don't know if I heard the right answer though, but are the financial disclosures or whatever updates that needed to be made, are they currently current?
The financial disclosure forms are current. We have collected them from everyone who is required to file them every year.
Okay. I would just say, colleagues, I believe in doing things consistently and across the board. And if we do this for MLGW, we need to do it for EDGE and whatever requirements that we set in place, EDGE, Airport Authority, anybody that comes before this body to say, well, I'm going to be appointed or I'm going to serve on the Memphis Alcohol Commission, whatever the case may be. When I read that particular article, I thought it, this is my personal opinion, was a nothing burger. And what that article did not understand, all three players I've known at least 35 years in that particular story. Ms. McCullough and Ms. Yates went to Catholic high school together. So Memphis is a small place. Ms. McCullough and Ms. Yates went to college with me. Ms. Yates and I went to high school together. So from that standpoint of Ms. Yates has been the head of TVA for 1 year. Mahogany opened up maybe 3, 4, 5 years ago. So there was nothing in place to essentially say that anything nefarious was going on, because Mr. Yates in most capacities came before us as the head of the Black Business Association. So to make the big deal out of this, especially knowing that the disclosures are up to date, they've been filed properly, it just so happened the whole question of MLG&W and Memphis switch from MLG&W took place well before Mr. Yates was the head of that. So, yeah, that stuff like that is not going to be covered in the paper. But I think, just from a transparency standpoint, that, as I mentioned earlier, I thought it was a nothing burger, especially if you don't know the underlying relationship and people who went to high school together decide to open a business together and whatever happened to be married to somebody who at some point just a year ago became affiliated with that organization. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, one quick thing too, just to your point, Councilman, the disclosures that are out on the website today, I believe are updated through 2020. We just submitted the 2021 disclosures, and I'm not sure that those are out on there yet.
So we usually do them around this time of the year. So employees have another week or so to submit this year's forms. So we'll
current, I just want to be clear, when we say current, it was the 2020. The 2021s are probably finished now, but may not be out there. If you go out and look, it may still be the 2020. Just want to make sure everybody understood that. Right. That was it.
They are the most current that we had as of when we posted.
Okay, we have one additional question, Councilwoman Johnson. In in response to comments that, Councilman Jones said, that was my question in regards to the date that was out there. So what takes so long to get them out there and make them current?
So, these are the annual disclosure forms.
Okay.
We do them in February of each year. So the last ones that would have been submitted were February of last year. Now, the solicitation for the 2022 submission went out a couple of weeks ago, and so some have completed it, but some wait till the last minute and do it, so we don't necessarily have everybody's 2022 at this point. We will update everybody with everybody's 2022 as soon as we have them all.
Okay, so it's understandable why the question mark came up if the information was not out there and it was being current at the time.
Yeah, I mean, we provided in response to public records requests, the most current forms that we had, knowing that we were just getting ready to start the solicitation for this year, but it just happened to be the timing.
Okay, but I also want to make a comment in regards to Jones, Councilman Jones, is that I know relationships exist. For years, but we still got to look at what's being perceived as being open and, on the record. And relationships, and those are things you have to consider when you accept positions. That can you go along with what possibly could be said in situations? I mean, it's difficult. It's difficult for us as elected officials. I mean, our whole families are affected by what we do. So, I can't see that being necessarily making that article of no value. I think it's important that if you put everything on the table, keep it transparent. No problem, no foul. Just make sure everybody knows the players, knows the relationships, and what type of understanding that they have. And because you don't know, because you can't read people's minds. And so those are my general comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have one, we don't have but another 15 minutes that I'm taking back.
All
Okay,
right.
go ahead.
I just want to piggyback and I agree, and that's the point is the forms are the forms. Like, I don't care if it's 1 day or 2 years. When there's a perceived conflict, it takes 30 seconds to say on a microphone on the record, hey, I want to disclose that I have an interest or my spouse has an interest with an individual that is related to a firm that is lobbying for our business. It's not going to impact my vote. It's done at this dais all the time. And that statement alone can go a million miles in creating public trust in what is going on here. It doesn't, and I said this in the opening arguments, whether you think it's a nothing burger or not, it's not what you think, it's what the public thinks. And we need to go out of our way to be as transparent as possible so that when serious decisions are made, the people feel like there was transparency and accountability and there was nothing nefarious, even though we know there's not. It's the perception of it from the public, and that's all. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions on this item. President Young?
Okay, we were here 2 weeks ago. We spoke to you all about the aftermath of the Storm Landon, and there were several questions that the council had, and what we wanted to do today, we had committed to coming back and responding to those questions, and we'd like to do that if we can, just a few minutes. It won't take long, I guess. Is this on? Where's the? I'm sure I'm gonna press the wrong button here in just a minute. Okay, thank you. So we had a few questions. Hopefully we'll be able to answer them all today. And again, if you have other questions, we'll be glad to cover those as well. We had some questions around the restoration process and storm hardening, tree trimming, rate increases, and call performance and other things. So we'll talk about that just real quickly. And I'm going to answer these questions. And I apologize, I don't have them identified by a council member, but I just want you to there were some questions around the restoration process, around the fact that our app was continually reporting, assessing the problem. And we are in the process this Friday, I believe it is, we have a deep dive post-storm analysis debriefing where we will address a number of these issues in detail. And that's one of them. The damage assessors, the question is, can we increase the number of those troubleshooters? We're going to address that. My answer to you is, of course, we can. And we will to the extent that that's feasible and that it makes sense. Prioritizing down lines, of course, we talked about that, I think, when we were here 2 weeks ago. That's also always a top priority. And generally speaking, we have a lot of lines that are reported being down that are not ours, but we ask the public to treat those as if they are energized. And so we always tell our customers to do that. How are we able to use smart meters? There was, I think, a question about that. Smart meters are used to provide us with an awareness of the customer's status. And as I think I mentioned 2 weeks ago, during the storm, the infrastructure that is utilized for the communication process, real time, that infrastructure was damaged. So we had some initial limitations on the use of smart meters, but we're going to continue to use those to determine those outages. And again, this deep dive will help us to get better at that. Again, on restoration, there was a question about customers wanting better information on the status. And so we do recognize that customers want better information. We're in the process of working that to make that better. We have made a lot of improvement on that information, and certainly for long-term events. When we designed this information communication status, candidly, I'm not sure that we anticipated this type of catastrophic event. And so we are taking that into account as we move forward. And there's some key points there, those last 6 points on that page around our plans to improve. I won't delineate each of them, but I will let you know that just highlights some of the things that we're planning to do to make sure that we get better in terms of communicating. And you all know about the advisory team that has been established that will be looking at these items as well from the community. Just a quick overview of overhead and underground. This is just a map. This is the only thing that we have in this section, but I wanted you to see this because I think there was some question regarding the where we have underground, where we have overhead. And this particular map, blue, shows you where we have overhead facilities. And I think there was a question of a percentage. Less than 10% of the city of Memphis circuit miles are underground. And you'll see on this, the blue represents overhead facilities, the green represents underground. And you can just see, and that's predominantly a result of how the city has grown. I would suggest that's true in most communities where I've lived and been. And so it just sort of pictorially shows you where that is. And of course, most newer subdivisions are being built and designed with underground in mind. And that's why you see that the way it is. So from a tree trimming perspective, there was a question around securing resources. We know that's an area we've been talking about it. We're going to be back to you later about that as well. And we're talking to our board about doing things with tree trimming, making sure that we are enhancing that. We actually have a special review. Von Goodlow is leading a review of that internally to see what we can do about tree trimming resources. Everything's on the table. And of course, the advisory team will be looking at it as well. There was a question about could we institute a Cajun Navy approach? And we do have a question. It was that was, I think, the term that was used. That's why it's in here. Okay.
What does Cajun Navy mean?
Brief digression, during hurricane events or flooding in and around the New Orleans or Louisiana and Panhandle area, a colloquial term for volunteer rescue boats has become the Cajun Navy. So people getting out in their John boats, just helping neighbors.
Right. And the challenge with that, of course, and I think I may have alluded to this last time, is, of course, when you're talking about tree trimming around power lines, you're talking about needing highly trained folks to do that. So that's what's really important. And we do have difficulty with contractors. You see that last bullet, H-2B visa workers are currently being utilized. It's just really a challenge to keep those employees engaged. From a reliability standpoint, this is just to give you a quick overview of what's happening with our improvement plan, our 5-year improvement plan. There have been some results from that I think is important for everyone to understand. We are beginning to see some results in a reduction in outage minutes, not necessarily all attributable, but certainly, and this is only updated through November, we ended up at about 135 million minutes interrupted, which still represented about a 20% decrease from 2019 of outage minutes through those areas of focus over there on the left that you see. And this just gives you the table that sort of gives you an overview of those significant investments that are being made as a result of the rate increases that have been put into place, the last of which went into effect last month. You can see here the outline and the progress that's being made. Not as far as we'd like to be. We got more to do, but that's just to give you an overview of where we are as of the end of the year on that investment. Call center performance, we do have some folks here who can speak to that if there are any particular questions. We know that there were frustrations regarding the call center, people not getting information that they wanted, but we do take calls in the order in which they're received, and we do recommend and continue to ask customers to call us when their power is out. The future smart meter communications will assist us with detecting single customer outages. This particular chart is really just over the period of time of the storm and the restoration efforts, what was going on within the call center statistically. The blue line, which is one that probably stands out to the most, is the average speed to answer, meaning how long a customer typically had to wait. That's long, right? So you see that. The key here is that if you will recall, we on the front end of the restoration process limited calls to only emergency calls. So we just said, don't, if you have billing issues, because we suspended disconnects, by the way, we will resume those March the 7th, disconnects for non-pay. But we had suspended disconnects and we were only taking emergency calls. So the calls answered, if you will, the handle time, the speed to answer rather, was relatively low. It increased, if you'll notice, when we decided to start taking all calls again. And when we started taking all calls again, you will see that number went up. We are addressing that with additional personnel that we're bringing into the contact center as we speak, training those folks to get them on board, as well as encouraging customers to utilize alternate means of communicating with regards to issues that they have. There is, that's the point I wanted you to see that. I know that sort of stands out. The other two lines are the handle time and then just the number, the volume of calls that were answered. So how long, the handle time, how long it took once the call was answered to actually handle the customer's concern. This also shows another look at the call center performance. That gold line is the abandoned calls when customers, a percentage, I should say, of abandoned calls, and the actual abandoned calls is in blue, and that's when customers basically, called in, couldn't get through, hung up, maybe call back later. But that's just, again, those statistics. And you saw this one, another version of this one a couple of weeks ago that just shows you a different view of the calls answered and calls abandoned, again, over the course of the restoration period. And I think I also showed you this one in the past, the outage hotline calls that were really, really significant early on. From a communication standpoint, if you get a chance, I'd encourage you to go to those three websites. Those are resources that we make available. It's really important for customers to go to those when they can, because in advance of storms, because this gives good information that Gail Jones-Carson and her team put together to communicate to customers how best to prepare in the event of storms and what they can do. So these are some I've been to all of those and looked at them, really well done. And just finally, some miscellaneous other topics. I think there was some discussion about the poweroutage.us. We do use that to monitor how widespread particular weather events going on. You may not be able to see this real clearly, but this is a snapshot from the 26th of February, which I guess was Saturday, and what was happening over in Arkansas and Ohio and Texas and Louisiana regarding storms. As you know, there was a weather event this past week, and this is just an idea of what it looks like when you go out there to see what's going on. It gives you on the right there total outages by area, and so we do utilize that. So just other closure items. There was questions around damage on poles that are not owned by Mlgw. Right? How much damage was done? So this is just to give you an idea. We have over 245,000 poles on our system that we own, and we own over 80% of those. So 20% of those are owned by others. And it gives you an idea of how many are owned by AT&T and others. We do have an agreement a joint use agreement with these other providers that allows them to locate on our poles. And we replaced during the storm about 225 poles during the winter storm landing. And of course, we will bill them for the cost of that replacement, but we of course do what we can when we're out there to help secure some of their equipment just to get it out of the way to make it safe. But we, of course, rely on them to make it appropriate for what they need. And then regarding the loan program that I mentioned to you, we have reached out to TVA. We're finalizing an agreement, hopefully where we can utilize the funds that they've made available that we used for the Max Impact funds that could be available for us to use for loans to customers, no interest loans, to help them in the repair or reimbursement for their electrical equipment that may have been damaged. And I spoke about the outage improvement advisory team. As you know, we are formulating that team as we speak. Members from the Neighborhood Advisory Council, Community Advisory Council, and other areas will be a part of that. And we're asking for a member from this council as well as the Mlgw board. And that meeting, their first meeting, will be held on March 17th at 9 a.m. And Doug McGowan and I have been talking about that, and we're pulling that together. We've got the parameters out there for that team, so look forward to hearing more about that. Any questions that we did not answer or other questions? We've got a cadre of people here that can answer them. That's why I'm asking. So.
Councilwoman Johnson, did you have something? Okay. Thank you so much. A lot of information. I know you did a lot of work to prepare. But my question was, I asked, will you please tell me which areas did you actually start restoring service to first, second, third, fourth, and fifth?
So when we talked about the restoration process, while we didn't say specific neighborhoods, because we don't do it that way. So we don't restore power by areas. We restore power by the biggest impact, which we talked about last time. So where we have the most customers out, we restore.
That. You could have said this is the first area over here in Whitehaven. It was in Raleigh. What was your greatest impact? And how many customers do you call a great impact?
Yeah, it's in the appendix too, and you can see over time the red and blue dots there of how we started restoration. You will see that the restoration of those circuits more than likely occurred earlier, and that's where we were able to bring more customers on first. But the charts and the graphs with the blue and red dots give you a time frame of how restoration occurred by area across the county.
Okay, just seeing this, so I have to take time to analyze that because, you know, it's a theory out there that certain people get their service before other people, and we need to make sure everybody is being treated fairly.
Absolutely, and I will tell you that if we took that approach, we'd still be doing restoration right now.
It depends.
We could not restore power efficiently if we went just by areas. So that's the reason we do it.
Well, we're going to have to do something because some people stayed out an extremely long period of time, and they do it every time something happens. It seems to be the same group of people. So we're going to have to come up with what kind of repairs need to be done in those particular neighborhoods to come up with it. You know, is it trees that need to be cut down, more trees to get them out the way, whatever it takes. We got to do something about it because, unfortunately, most of these people are not the people who can afford to go to hotels and find other means of living arrangements to be comfortable during that time.
Absolutely.
So, and they didn't have fireplaces in their homes or whatever. So, I just think that's a
good
consideration. And I understand you may not do it, but we have to make some exceptions sometimes. And we do it all the time around here. So let's look at what actually took place and see how we can make sure that group is not always hit last.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know that this is a little frustrating, but the citizens want to know who's on, and reading that map is a little difficult for them, and especially when they did not have a television to watch, and some of them were just using phone lines. I know it's difficult, but I probably would do something a little different in that, and I'm just making a suggestion. Today, our priorities are our hospitals, our doctor's offices, or whatever it is, and we've gotten 50% of those on today. So tomorrow, that's where we'll start. In the community, I would just say we have 100,000 people out in this one area, and that's where we're starting, and this is how we're moving forward in the process. The citizens just want to know that. And this, for the first time, you know, I don't like my lights to be out, but this time when people called me and said, Councilwoman Robinson, how much longer? And I said, you're out of luck, because Councilwoman Robinson doesn't have utilities either. And but I was glad to say it because when I say mine is on, it's like I'm getting some type of special treatment, and that's not the case. And that proved that to them because I was out 3 days, and I think they kind of appreciated the fact that I was struggling with everybody else. And I don't know if we can overcome those perceptions, but we've got to make an effort so people can better understand what the priorities are and where we are in the process. And looking at a map didn't mean anything to them, but if you just told them, today we're doing all the nursing homes. Tomorrow we're going to be putting up the schools. They just need to have something that they can relate to, and they couldn't relate to how we relate to it.
No, I
Does that
understand.
make sense?
Sure. Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Okay.
And I think the advisory team is going to help us as well because these are community people
Yes.
that will be on that team that can probably give us some additional input. So, but thank you for that.
Okay. Councilman Carlisle, then Logan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and I have appreciation. Look, District 5, I think, which is mostly part of District 9, I think was out more dense longer than any other district. And so before we start throwing out claims, we need to have data to back that stuff up. Now, if you want data by account number, I'm sure they can provide it. You'll be buried in paper for months looking at account by account and address by address. But that's fine. I'm sure they can provide it. But you have to, there's the circuits, and then there's, they're going downstream, transmission circuits and then downstream. And so you may have had an incident that, 15 houses just happen to have a tree fall on the line that goes from the power pole to their weatherhead. And unfortunately, in a cataclysmic situation, they're at the bottom of the bucket. You would never stop doing circuits or larger neighborhoods or partial neighborhoods to go fix 15 houses to the point you'd have thousands of people that would wait much longer than they would have had to. So, I get it. I think the thing that I'll say is, in a significant event like this, it's a highly kinetic situation. And so they're assessing damage in totality. At the same time, they're also trying to deploy to fix the issue. And in an ice storm, I think what I came to realize is, it was very kinetic the first day, but as through day 3, branches are still falling, right? And so I'm not trying to make excuses for it. I think what I'm saying is I've really come to understand that, one, we need to talk about mitigation, and that's going forward. How do we mitigate these things? How do we communicate to the public in a manner? I used the analogy last time of, no one likes to sit on the tarmac for 2.5 hours, dead silence from the pilot, and the pilot keeps saying it's going to be about another 30 minutes. The maintenance team's working on something. But if he went into the technical aspect of what that maintenance team was working on the fuselage of the airplane, no one would know. And there's a lot of parallel there. This is industrial engineering, and it's very difficult to boil that down. And so, it's also a problem when you've got a situation like this where you don't want to overpromise and underdeliver because it infuriates people to think they're going to get something and then they don't get it. And managing expectations in a grand scale like that is a very difficult thing, which, to that point, is why a lot of resource and energy needs to be poured into the emergency communications strategy about going forward, because it really doesn't work. And I know every one of my colleagues, myself included, were inundated with phone calls in addition to your hotline. And so I don't really want to be, I'm happy to be there for my constituents, but at some point I felt like I was just picking up the phone like a third-party servicer in India, just getting yelled at. I needed like a script to read from just to de-escalate the situation. So I do understand that. But ultimately, when we throw out things like that, we have to be able to defend them with data. And that's my big issue here. I do have one question though about these poles. I have a picture of 2 poles strapped together with a metal band, and that seems to go on all over the city. Nick, are you and Alonzo fighting with Manny? What's happening? Are you guys in trouble with each other? Why? Why on my beautiful street corners?
Nick Newman, 3050 Ward Road, Millington, Tennessee. No, we would never fight with Manny. It depends. If it's at where a signal light is, it may be something that their city is doing
But most likely what that is we've transferred all our cable over to the new pole, and either Bell, Comcast, someone else needs to come transfer their cable over to the new pole so we can improve the old piece of the pole. So this happens a lot. And we probably get, I don't know how many hundreds of these calls per year. We can't go pull the bottom of that pole out so they relocate their services to the new pole.
So and you've got a joint use agreement. What stipulation do you have in your joint use agreement for time period for transfer and a daily assessment and penalty and administrative fee when they don't?
None.
All right, that must change. They're not induced in any way to move quickly. And I've worked with AT&T privately to move fiber that was easy. I mean, they are, and I understand their legal department. I don't even know that there's a word that describes slow, like in an effective way. Because again, for them to turn their attorneys on to move a line, I mean, it's a nightmare. So I'm sure their engineering team probably isn't as responsive either. My point is you have an agreement that's basically mutual cooperation and a hope and a prayer. And the end result for 20 years are phone calls about that because there's hundreds of them. So I don't know when that agreement will open back up, but some inducement, and typically it's a monetary penalty, can help. And if not, at least we're bringing in some revenue that can go do something beneficial. So that's got to be revisited. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for the presentation. President Young, and so, Mr. Newman, you may be able to.
Hey, right there.
Insight. I'm not sure if it touched on what my colleague just asked, Councilman Carlisle, but there are a number of the concrete poles in my district that are kind of just laying down, and a lot of the orange barrels and barricades that are still there. I didn't know if you all were like, okay, we got this fixed, then we're gonna move on to the next one, and somebody else is coming to clean up all of those areas with all of the crumbled poles or the wood poles halfway down, or some of the wiring. If you could just speak to that. And secondly, I wanted to say, now that thank you for this presentation and for taking the time to, put all this data together. Now that you have the data, is it possible, or would you consider, instead of us trying to go and communicate this information, doing some type, and this may be more so for Ms. Carson, doing a virtual, you all did an exceptional job during a previous storm of doing daily virtual updates or whatever, but if there could be some like a somewhat of a virtual town hall to just say, here is the data, let me tell you what took so long, or the process, or as Council Chairwoman was saying, maybe you present the information as to what your methodology is and how you process and what happened in Storm Landon, and moving forward, this is what you can expect, and allow them to send in questions prior to that date so that on that date you'll have those questions to answer in the different sections, okay? Even though it's virtual, but this one is for Whitehaven. This is, and then the council members can push it out for their constituents to be on that call or to answer questions or to hear the data from the experts, not just from us, if you would consider that.
The one thing to your point, Councilwoman, the advisory team that we talked about that's going to start March 16th, those meetings, of course, will be open to the public. And we're going to create a way for customers or the public to ask questions throughout. This is going to be about a 60 to 90 day time frame. So there will be a lot of opportunities for that to happen. So the conversations that we have will be public. The discussions will be public. But in addition to that, we do power hours routinely during the year. I think it's every other month. Gail can correct me.
Yeah.
And those are open to anybody as well. And so we had already decided that we were going to leverage those sessions to communicate this kind of information to the public. So we have a number of vehicles that I think will address the question what you're asking there. I think it's a great idea. Educating the public before the storm is crucial so that people can be prepared. And that's why if nothing else, page 21 in your presentation, push out let folks go while they have power, go to the websites to look at that and really, understand the process, because it answers a lot of the questions that I think people have. And I'll let I'll let you speak to the issue around poles and
Yeah,
barricades
if you
and all
could
that.
do that, then I'll come back.
Okay.
Follow up.
Sure. So the concrete poles you're talking about, I would guess are probably streetlight poles. So yeah, you're right. We are in the process of, we get the outages, then we have what we call non-outage tickets. And what those are issues on the system. People still have power, but a pole could be broken or a pole could be shattered laying on the side of the road. So yeah, that is a process right now. The construction departments are getting out to do that type of work behind that. But that's probably, if it's concrete, it's probably a street light that's been knocked down, which those are secondary to getting people's lights back on. But we're in the process of doing that now. That's correct.
So if a constituent has one at their corner, or it's in front of their home, what do they need
They
to
should
do?
they can call it in to make sure we are aware of it. And we'll get somebody out to come assess it and pick up what's left and, reestablish that street light. But honestly, when there's a storm of this magnitude, and y'all know we had another storm again last weekend, where north part of Shelby County, we lost a lot of customers out there as well, and Memphis as well. So we're still cleaning up from that storm. But typically behind these storms, we have a month or longer of cleanup work we have to do, that things we just kind of put to the side to get the lights, everybody's lights back on, that we have to come behind and do. So that's where we are now.
So is that the 528-4465 number to report the?
Yep. Yes. You can just call that in and say,
Okay.
I have a pole laying in my front yard. Will y'all come get it and come do something with it? And that'll generate a ticket for our distribution to go out and look at it.
Okay, great. All right. Now, following up with what you said, my concern was more so for Storm Landon. And while you're talking about that, go ahead and,
Sure.
say everything else you were going to say. But I know, when you're in the trenches, you're doing the work, and, that's where your focus is. And then you get everything taken care of, you're back up, everybody's okay, breathing easy, and, going back to the daily task at hand. The customers they know that their power's on and they're glad, but that's pretty much it. There's no information as to the process. So when it happens again, when the next storm comes, they're still gonna not have the information. So that's why I was just saying the things that you learned from this, or the way forward that you did this, hopefully it'll be answered in your advisory meetings. But sometimes when you have everybody on one call, specific areas, there are specific things that went on. If some of them were directed to a particular part of town, then this other one, just a consideration.
Sure.
Because I know so many, like what happened in Cordova is different from what happened in Raleigh and what happened in Fraser in my district. So just wanted to put.
And I appreciate, and that's the nature of these storms, but we'll be glad to do. We did one town hall meeting last week for District 5. We'll do them however we need to. You all let us know. We are very flexible, and we'll be glad to do that. And we don't have a problem actually doing something ahead of the March 17th first meeting of this advisory team. We can certainly put that together, and just about the storm itself.
Mm-hmm.
If that's what you're suggesting, absolutely no problem with that. And we can do something similar to what we did in the town hall last week.
Okay.
Sure. Be glad to.
Thank you. You'll mention.
Thank you. Councilman Jones, Warren, Morgan, and then Johnson again.
Thank you. Is there anything, I see, I'm looking at page 22, talking about the restoration communication resources, but I haven't gone on the website to look at this information. Do essentially say, okay, here are our priorities. Hospitals, is that on there?
That's exactly what's on there. And that's what I'm saying. If you would, I would encourage everyone to look at all three of those.
Okay.
They're very informative, very practical. And I think, to your point, Councilwoman Johnson's point, simple. I think it's really made very simple for anybody to understand.
Well, and you may not have this, I'm asking you right off the cuff here. How prominent is it? Maybe during the time of a storm, somebody may have their phone, and this could be something that could come to the first few pages, and they don't have to navigate throughout the website for that type of information.
Exactly. And I think, so as you know, during the storm, we had a number of episodes where we did communications with the public. But to your point, and there were, if you went to our website, storm updates was like, right as soon as you went to mlgw.com, boom, it was there. So, the suggestion is to make sure that this information is readily available. If it wasn't, it certainly will be. And I think it was pretty easy to access even during a storm. I think Gail can probably speak to that. It was right. If you went to that, if you were able on your phone to get to the website, you could get to the information.
Okay. But, so let's still think about it, logistically. I'm in the middle of a storm. I'm not gonna sit here and watch a 3-minute video talking about when my storm's gonna come back on versus, it could be in tandem with the page.
Right.
The video could be up here, but then the explanation down here in print, why I don't necessarily have to go through the video to basically say, look, here's how MLGW sets that priority for that.
Absolutely.
And thank you for providing the information, talking about the restoration process. But and this is data-driven information, but unfortunately, it sort of lends itself to the narrative that the more affluent areas, theirs came back on. If you just look at the red, and I know that this does not capture the fact that we have the more prevalence of trees, but to the average person looking at this and knowing the economics of Memphis and Shelby County, this data says that, okay, the more affluent areas, they became blue before the more within the loop of the 240 loop became. I know that's not reflective of this, but
no, you're right.
It still could go back to say, when we pair this with the underground, and I know that things cannot be on these are not apples to apples comparison that we're making here. I would hope that the advisory committee can come up with some solutions or just some strategies to help improve or change what this perception may be. Now, look, the council members, you all come before us on a regular basis. We hear from you that that's not the case.
Mm-hmm.
But if I pull somebody off the street and give them a background in Memphis and Shelby County, this is what
exactly right.
That's going to be the perception.
No, thank you for that. That's good input, and it's a reflection of a lot of things.
It is.
The storm you just heard Nick talk about. If we did the same thing for that storm that just occurred, you'd see something different.
Yeah.
And so the point is, we do need to make sure it's back to what Councilman Carlisle said. The pilot telling everybody exactly what's happened with the engine is what we're going to get into.
Mm-hmm.
But we got to try to figure out a way to simply communicate that to your point, though. But that's great input. Thank you.
Thank you. I get to the chair.
Yeah, you need to come forward so we can hear you.
Okay, so it is on print. We did the video in response to having it in print.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Warren.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to thank you again for the work you did to get us back online. And I realize this is really complicated. I was in contact with MLGW about trying to get one of my nursing homes back online. The Allen Morgan, Tresvant Manor area was out for about 3 days. And a lot of the heat in those rooms came from electric baseboard heaters or on the side heater air conditioners. So they had generators to keep a baseline level of heat, but they didn't have generators to get it in. And what I discovered was in areas that there's been a lot of construction, it seemed that MLG&W initially thought they had the whole thing online, and 2/3 of it wasn't because it was labeled differently. And I was able to get them information. They reacted to it to get the people back up. It really just let me understand how difficult it is to get one particular area back up. And you look at this map, and all I really see on this map is I see that areas that are underground way out east did a lot better than those of us who live with trees. Okay, and the tree cutting is such an important thing that we've got to really give them the resources and try to help them get there. And if you look at how it got restored, as I'm looking at this restoration, if you're in Memphis, it pretty much is, except for way down in the southeast where it looks like that was the last, or southwest, that was the last place that you really had significant areas that didn't get restored. And I'll bet you if you look at it, it's going to be one of those 15 areas where it just hit a line and it wasn't one system. You had to go and do it individually. That's hard to explain to people, that if you're on a street and you've got one line down and they can go work and put up 100 people, you're going to be last. but that's what we've got. You're going to be last if you're on one of those streets, and you need to make sure that you're doing what you can to keep your vegetation off of lines that are going to your house and things along that line, because a lot of these things come down. It may just be your line going to your house. You're definitely going to be last. You're going to have to hire somebody to come put that up yourself. So thank you for what you did. It was a heck of a storm. We're going to be seeing more of them. So you need to let us know what we can do to help you harden our system to be able to withstand things, because it's going to be many, many more times we're going to be seeing this until we get climate under control. Thank you.
100%. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Warren, and I want to say I appreciate those comments that you made, because the city council members, we have grants. When we're going through our grant period, or going through our budget process, look at making sure that we have more generators at our fire departments to share with people who are sick and the elderly who really need some help, and that's the way that we can support them until we get them online. And secondly, I appreciate the fact that as we look at and talking to groups and other people, that as we share this information, that at some point, the Mlgw, TVA, the city council can provide those generators for the inner city and or grant to help people get those trees cut down, and hopefully we don't run into the arborist. The next person had a comment, Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you all again for doing the town hall. There was a lot of positive feedback and still getting questions in. And I'm sure y'all are too, being inundated now with how neighborhoods or HOAs can reach out about burying power lines in that process. So we opened that Pandora's box, but thank you for being in contact and responsive. Whether or not it works out for that neighborhood is a different issue once they get pricing. My questions go back to the call center. If we can go to kind of slides 16, 17, and 18. And just, obviously I understand why there's a delay in terms of average speed to answer right at the beginning, high call volume, but as the call volume dropped off throughout the week, and then we have this huge spike in kind of February 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th in terms of average waits. What happened? How did that completely?
I'm going to ask Jim West, our Chief Customer Officer, can explain. Again, that's back to when we started taking all calls again, but I'll ask Martrice Anderson, who's the Director of Customer Care, who really understands all of this, can give us some assistance as well. Jim, you want
to? Yes, thank you. Jim West, Vice President, Chief Customer Officer, 10135 Crested Lane, Cordova. Let me get my computer open here just so I'm looking at the same slides you're looking at.
Just give me a copy.
Yeah, there you go. He's got it.
Thank you. So February 3rd, that's the day the storm hit. And quite frankly, we were just overwhelmed. Those of us who were kind of watching the outage numbers, the first few hours of the morning, it was a pretty small event. You know, there were 4,000 customers out. Within a couple of hours, you know, we were at 100,000 customers out, and it just overwhelmed our ability for the call center to handle the normal, I need to start service, I have a bill question. What you're looking at here are daily averages. So pretty quickly in the course of the morning, we decided to stop taking routine calls and start taking just emergency and trouble calls. So if you're interested, I mean, we can get into interval data and show you what it did during the course of the day by 15 or 30-minute interval, for example. So what we're looking at here are daily averages. So you may recall from our last conversation, we handle 4,000 to 5,000 calls a day on average. We had something like 11,000 calls. Now, it worked some extended hours during the first few days of the outage, but that's really what was going on, is simply the number of calls coming in, the number of people we have answering calls, and it creates a longer wait time. When we got down to just emergency and trouble calls, those are faster. You know, it's a reported outage, you get the location, you refer that over to the operations crews. As those outage and trouble calls came in, much shorter handle time, we're able to process more calls more quickly, and the average wait time. And you can see on the days where we were only taking trouble calls, we were, 2 minutes, a minute to 2 minutes average speed to answer. which is, a very credible response time during the crisis part of the event. By the time we got to the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, as we began to see the outage call volume decrease, we still have customers in need of routine services, so we decided to open the lines back up to those. And you had several days of pent-up questions that were coming in, and they were a little longer to handle, a little more complex to deal with a customer who might have several issues related to, outage recovery, related to a bill or whatever. We'll be back in a couple of meetings. I think we're on the schedule to come and present an update on customer care overall, which will include a deeper dive in the next meeting into what's going on in our call center operation. That's a long-winded answer. Did I get it in anything that you were interested in?
Well, everything's acceptable to me on these numbers. And, I think pretty good job, even considering I get the rush on the 3rd and the 4th at the beginning, but then the complete collapse of the system from one day to the next, the 9th to the 10th, going from a 43-second hold time to a 23-minute hold time, and then seeing the abandoned calls following suit as well as people gave up before ever being able to connect. And that was at the end. We still had outages. We still had, a huge source of frustration. And that's, I think you could probably see the spike in the number of text, emails, and calls I was getting would mirror exactly this. As they couldn't get in touch with y'all, they were reaching out to us. And we knew the job wasn't complete yet. So there's something that missed here. They were at the end of the line in terms of getting restored, and they should.
If you correlate this graph to the one that we showed before that showed the actual restoration numbers, you will find that around that time on the 9th, we had restored the vast majority of customers. And so we opted to then go back to regular call center functions, which then let customers who had, believe it or not, there were a lot of customers that were not affected by the storm. So they had other issues. And so when they started calling in, it spiked the call wait time because we then were taking more than just, hey, what's going on with the storm? These calls that you see representing Martrice, you might want to address that if I'm on.
And I'll just say for perspective, we won't do it for this committee and we're running out of time, but if I could also see a baseline extended before the storm and after the storm to understand what is normal.
You'll see that it's about that. You'll see that.
Which includes the wait times.
Yeah, Martrice, you want to address that? The fact that it's the normal, what we expect, what we normally have seen prior to the storm, kind of the question we talked about yesterday.
We are running out of time. We can address that.
That's another issue.
That's another issue.
Okay.
And I appreciate the comments around that. It might just mean that during the storm, we don't need to take regular calls. But somehow they got to get their work done. Last council member to speak today will be Councilwoman Johnson. And if we need to have any further discussion, we can come back in 2 weeks.
We will be back in 2 weeks with this topic on the call center.
Okay.
Fantastic. And I will make comments.
3 weeks, I'm sorry, 3 weeks, my bad.
Okay, comments in regards that can maybe address later. I think that you've heard from enough people to know that I think your committee probably needs to first do an evaluation of the setting once the storm hits. And if there are going to be certain areas that's going to need long-term, a time to get adjusted, that may need to be turned over to the mayor's office so that he can provide the necessary community assistance. In some settings, they wanted to go to community centers, and they were not open. They were dealing with, one, they said COVID, and then two, they were saying the heating system that they had there was not adequate in order for them to open the community centers. So maybe that committee could get together and work on those particular issues. How can we address this in the future? I don't know which one was worse, freezing or getting COVID. But they had to make those choices. And I'm serious about people not having any place to go in that regard. The other comment I like to make is not on this particular topic, but one of the many other topics that your office is having to address, and that is the upcoming, I think, RFPs if you receive for the energy, alternative energy. This past week, I had the opportunity to view a podcast that Michael Harris was doing with Greater Memphis Community Economic Development. And his guest was TVA. And that gentleman's name was Gabriel. I'm not sure what his last name is, Gabriel something. But he was sharing with the community the fact that all the RFPs should be in by now. And some of the process that will have to take place, and that you're going to come back sometime in December to make a recommendation. So my question is, when will you be coming back to this committee, this council, share with us the process that you're going through, what achievements have been made, who's going to be involved in the review process, et cetera, in order for us to keep abreast and be able to tell people what's going on?
Well, I probably need to have Alonzo Weaver address that specifically, but I will tell you in general that we do have all the RFPs responses. We did receive over 20 for all three, when you add up all three of the RFPs. We will actually have some interaction before the end of December. I'm not sure what, I didn't watch that, so I don't really know what he was addressing.
He was saying in December you'll bring back your suggestions.
Well, but it'll be before that, and I'm gonna let Alonzo kind of address that real quickly for you.
Yeah. So at the moment, we have all the responses for generation, thermal generation, as well as the renewables and all other type of options, as well as the transmission ones. We're in the period where we will be sending out cure letters for the transmission RFPs. It gives them a chance to address questions that we have on their particular response. We'll get that information back probably in April. Then at that point, we'll take a look and see, is this something that looks viable? In other words, are we seeing enough savings there to even go forward? Once we make that determination, we'll have a discussion with our board and then with the council regarding that general topic, not getting into any specifics around any particular RFP. Then if we go forward, once we make a selection, which will be in December, then we will release all the respondents' information. That is the normal process that we use for addressing any purchase that we make, any contract that we make.
Okay, you kept on saying we, so who is we? I guess my question is, who's the expert over at we that has the expertise and telling me they have made such decisions in the past? They have purchased some type of transmission line. They have made purchases for alternative energy. Who has done that in the past?
Excellent question. So that's why we engage a consultant. We engage a consultant called GDS, and they are working with our staff, looking at all the factors involved. We have our criteria out there, and we will be working with the consultant as far as getting that.
Question, do you think, I know you said how you dealt with things, and I really don't know if I want to take up the time today, if you want to come back and be ready in 3 weeks. That's up to the chair if she allows me to continue or not, because he's answering. I got more questions when he asks a question, answer a question.
I probably need to stop talking.
Well, maybe so, because I'm trying to find out GDS. I don't think that was on my clock. It may have been some person or group selected before I arrived. Who are these people? I'm back to saying, I think it's improper.
That contract was approved by
Oh, I know what you're talking about now. Now, definitely know. Okay, but y'all out of order. I'm sorry. Forgive me, Chair. Please forgive me, Chair. But what I'm saying is, again, this is not an ordinary contract.
Right.
You're saying we're doing it the same way we've done everything in the past, and I don't think this is an ordinary contract. It's some exceptions that should be made to this. We're talking about a change that will affect every individual in this city, a change that affects everybody's income. And again, I think it's a situation where this is like gas and water is going to take a wrap when it's all over with, and it won't be necessarily necessary if you would open the door and let more transparency and people see what you're doing. And I just think you're probably going to need some more people on that committee other than you, so you can.
I'm not the only person on that committee. Let's be clear about that. But I will say,
I'd like to know the expertise that's being used here to make those decisions.
We have been here over.
Can y'all come back and talk to me later? I appreciate it.
And we can get with you.
Okay.
And answer your question.
But the public wants to know, so I can't just get with you.
We'll be glad to do it.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate the work
Thank you, Chair.
You're quite welcome. Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson, and I ask that you please share your questions in writing with the staff so that other council members will know, and when that information comes back, we can share it with the public. I want to thank the staff at Mlgw and the management team for the job well done in our community. Might not have been done because everybody wanted us to snap our finger and be bewitched and make it happen overnight. That's not going to happen. But to the best of our ability, I think you did a yeoman's job.
Amen.
Thank you for your time, your consideration, and thank you for being patient with us as council members trying to understand the process. We will determine what we'll be discussing in 3 weeks. We appreciate you, and now this meeting is adjourned.
Colleagues, we have an attorney-client privilege meeting that was scheduled for 11 o'clock. I don't know how long it's going to last, but hopefully we can just dispense with that. Yeah. Before, okay, it's you, okay.
Call the roll.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones. Councilman Warren. Councilman Carlisle. Chair Logan.
Present. Thank you, colleagues. Today we have two items on the agenda. The first item is a presentation of the Office of Emergency Management's current protocol and processes for city emergencies. All council districts requested by council members Easter Thomas, Logan, and Smiley. And I wanted to quickly thank the presenters for returning to committee. I do apologize for having to cut you off, cut short last week. Thank you for understanding, and we're happy to have you back to conclude your presentation. Thank you, sir. Please give your name and your address for the record, and you are recognized.
Greg Wayman, 2668.
Is the light on?
Point it directly at his face. There you go. Try that.
Can you try it again, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not seeing it. I'm not hearing it.
Yeah, it is. But...
I can be loud.
Okay.
It's for the listening audience.
All of them on?
Yeah.
Let me see what happened. Okay. Okay, now.
Yes, ma'am.
No. Okay, now say something.
Test. There we go. All right. I'm sorry. Greg Wayman, the manager for the Office of Emergency Management for the City of Memphis, 2668 Avery. Yes, ma'am. Greg Wayman.
Angie Sullivan, 2670 Avery, Deputy Chief of EMS for Memphis Fire Department. Would you like to begin from the beginning again, or would you like for us to get where we kind of stopped off at? Would you like for us to begin from the beginning or where we stopped off?
Start all over. Okay. All right. So I know the council had some questions before, and as part of that is understanding of what we do and what happens. Thought it would be a good idea to give you an overall view of the national response system from the federal level down to the municipal level to fully understand how things work. Part of the national response system is the National Incident Management System that came in place in 2004 as a result of Presidential Policy Directive Number 8. That is for the coordination and partnerships. What had happened in history was when an event would happen, whether it be small or large scale, they saw that there was not a coordination in the response. Everybody was doing their best, but a finite number of resources were being used in multiple places, and we weren't getting our most bang for our buck, if you will. So the National Response System came up with MEMS. It is a uniform set of processes and procedures for all levels of government, as I mentioned, from municipal all the way to the federal, providing resource support and staffing. A big part of NIMS is the comprehensive nationwide systematic approach to incident management. As I mentioned, it sets out the guidelines for what responders do, whether that be government agencies, nonprofit agencies, non-governmental organizations, et cetera, how they respond to an incident in a coordinated manner. So you don't have pockets of activity happening here and there while other pockets are missing. This is the coordinated response all the way up and down the level to get the most bang for your buck, if you will. As you see, it's a set of concepts and principles. I'm sorry, Chief. For all threats and all hazards, whether that be an earthquake, a tornado, an active shooter, a terrorist event, anything like that, even protests that become civil unrest. This system is utilized for all types of events and responses throughout the country. It's scalable, flexible, and adaptable, as I just mentioned, and it sets out the procedures to enable the coordination among different jurisdictions and organizations. Okay. Part of NIMS, where the emergency management fits into NIMS, is collecting and analyzing and sharing information. Emergency management is not a response agency, it's a coordinating body to help manage the response. On the scene of an incident, you'll have incident command, whether that be the fire service, the police service, or whatnot. And then in the Emergency Management, Emergency Operations Center, we'll bring in subject matter experts from all different areas, depending upon what the event is. So we may have someone in there from, they're known as ESFs, Emergency Support Functions, but to give you what they would be locally, there may be someone there from MATA, from Transportation, from City Engineering, from Public Works, from General Services, Red Cross, of course, Police, Fire, EMS, Health Department, Hazardous Materials, all those different things. Someone, whether that be the directors of those services or their appointee, would come into our office. Again, depending upon the event, we wouldn't need all of those for every type of event. Would come into our office, and they're the subject matter experts. When their folks in the field say, this is what we've encountered, this is the resources we need to do what we're doing, and yes, we have those resources, or no, we need additional resources, they'll call into that office, and then we'll help coordinate getting them those resources or setting out a plan and coordinating with all the other bodies on what the response is going to be. The emergency management system all the way from top to bottom, as you see, federal, state, county, and municipal. I'm sure you're aware of all that, from FEMA all the way down to the City of Memphis Office of Emergency Management. Shelby County Emergency Management and Homeland Security, Shelby County Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency is the arm of TEMA, if you will, for Shelby County. Under TCA 58.2.110, paragraph 1, county EMAs are mandated to be in place under the direction of TEMA within the state of Tennessee. They are mandated to develop the County Emergency Operations Plan, which in Shelby County is the basic emergency operations plan, and their funding comes from Shelby County as well as from some federal grant opportunities. Excuse me. Municipalities are allowed to have an emergency management agency, but they're not required by the state of Tennessee. And any resources that we request outside of our existing agreements or MOUs, we would go through Shelby County to request resources. They would then request from TEMA, and if TEMA doesn't have them, they would request from FEMA to bring resources in locally. As you see, the Office of Emergency Management for the City of Memphis is 100% funded by the City of Memphis through the Division of Fire Services budget. We currently have seven full-time employees. 5 of those are dedicated to OEM, 2 of those are detailed in from the field. On a day-to-day basis, we have a lot of activities that you probably wouldn't think about, and I'll just read through these. Monitor weather and events around the city and the nation. Prepare contingency plans with public safety and others as needed. Assist in developing of private business emergency plans, developing public safety plans, and coordinating staffing and resources for special events and events of significance. That may be anything from what we see regularly in Cooper Young Fest, Memphis in May activities, St. Jude Marathon, different things like that, as well as pop-up events, or even, some of the events that we've had in the last few years. We've had some civil unrest activities, things like that. We develop those safety plans, coordinate with the other safety agencies in the city, as well as the non-governmental partners, and prepare for those events. We do disaster preparedness presentations, as well as assist in CERT training, and assist with the coordination and development of emergency response exercises. Again, we do that for police and fire. We also assist, for example, with FedEx and with the Memphis International Airport biannual response plan required for the FAA. We help coordinate the cleanup of hazardous materials incidents on public property. We will also assist on private property, but public property is our main concern there. We maintain and activate the outdoor warning sirens, maintain and staff multiple pieces of specialized equipment, primarily for those special events that we talked about. And then through partnerships with the Mid-South Emergency Planning Coalition, Red Cross, and others, we have some other assets that we're responsible for the maintenance and deployment of, such as the mobile field hospital, morgue trailers, some Red Cross trailers, and things like that. A question was brought up about the American Red Cross. They exist by congressional charter and is controlled by a board of governors. Something important to remember about the Red Cross is they are almost entirely funded by donations and grants. They do get a little money back after response from time to time if said municipality or county is amenable to doing so, but they are almost 100% funded by donations and grants from the federal government. They do have some full-time staff at each chapter, but those are primarily administrative and response oversight. In other words, the boots on the ground, the folks coming to your aid, helping to feed and shelter and those type things are volunteers. The full-time staff that is there will be the management oversight in the facility. You know, you're going to look at a 1-to-20, 1-to-40 ratio on that. And their rules and assistance are independent of government criteria, and where that comes into play is, you know, as we looked at the last winter storm that we had and all those previous, there are rules set out by FEMA when we do damage assessments on what the percentage damage is based upon what we see, and then what they will assist with if they declare an emergency or declare a federal disaster. Their rules are different than the Red Cross rules, and when the Red Cross will decide to step in and provide individual assistance. And frankly, Red Cross is usually a little more lenient on those things. They'll provide a little more individual assistance a little earlier on than what we'll get with the federal government. So just because a person qualified for one doesn't mean they necessarily qualified for the other. So what does OEM do in the event of a disaster or a large special event, or we think that something may be coming down the pike that we would need to coordinate a response for? I will look at the information and then recommend to my boss, Chief Sullivan, who will then recommend up the chain of command that we activate the Emergency Operations Center. And again, depending upon the event, will determine the personnel that we bring in, the numbers and the types. And again, it's all about coordination and management of resources. We don't have boots on the ground to respond specifically. We will do some things like help deliver generators and things like that. But as far as, you know, firefighting or law enforcement activities or anything like that, we don't have the personnel to do that. Our primary functions are operations, planning, geographical information support, logistical support, and of course, multimedia. Real-time situational awareness for city leadership plays into that multimedia. I know Councilman Warren has been down there multiple times. We have a 30 by 5 foot video screen down there, as well as multiple TVs. They can be broken up from 1 all the way to 12, I believe it is, different screens to provide that situational awareness, whether it be from news footage, drone footage, MPD in-car camera footage. When we have the St. Jude Marathon, we have cameras stationed around the city that we can watch that. So that allows for Chief McGowan and, of course, police and others to come in and see real-time what's happening and then make a decision on, do we need to do something else for what's going on out in our community right now? We direct requests for resources, and then any resources, as I mentioned, beyond the city's capability are requested through Shelby County. There was a question previously about FEMA response and where that stands. The federal disaster can be declared through the Stafford Act. 2 types of disasters that allows for is emergency declaration and major disaster declaration. Most often you'll see that emergency declaration in the instance of an impending hurricane. If it's anticipated that some event is going to overwhelm local resources, they can do an emergency declaration and go ahead and help put some federal and state resources in place ahead of time. The post-event is the major disaster declaration. 2 types of assistance in that. Public assistance is the government assistance, the money that we will potentially get back that we spent on this event. There's a federal formula to determine the cost of that disaster-related expense. There's a county threshold and a state threshold. I believe the county threshold is around $4 million and the state threshold is around $11 million. We exceeded the state threshold this last time around. And FEMA was actually on the ground last week doing the damage assessments. We began the Monday after the ice storm doing our local damage assessments and turning in that preliminary information to Shelby County to feed on up through to the state and the federal level. And then they came, we had a call 2 weeks ago, and then they were in town last week doing their own damage assessments. We haven't received any information from them specifically, but we well exceeded, I believe, our threshold, so that should be coming down. The individual assistance, the assistance paid out to the individual families and individual members of the community has a completely different formula. It's difficult to get a read on that, even if you talk to the state about it. I don't know where that stands either. I know they were doing that work last week when they were here as well, but again, I've not received any information from them on whether they thought that individuals in Shelby County would qualify for the individual assistance or not. Concerning municipal emergencies, previously there was a question about the mayor declaring a state of emergency and what that means. It means a lot of things. That enables a state of emergency to be declared on up to the state level, and that request from the governor to go to FEMA for a disaster declaration. What it means to us primarily locally for myself and the leadership of the city is that will waive a lot of the procedures and formalities required to get in resources. For example, should we have needed a resource that we didn't own and couldn't find one to borrow, if you will, during the last ice storm, that would waive those policies, the $5,000 limit without a contract purchasing policy and things like that, and allow the city leadership to determine this is an asset that we really need to get in here for our citizens today. So we're going to go ahead and buy this and get in and start helping to mitigate this situation. And as you see, the county mayor can declare a state of emergency then. That request goes to the governor, and then he requests the declaration from the president, as I mentioned. There were questions about information that went out to the citizens pertaining to getting assistance. There's one news release from Shelby County with a phone number there to call for assistance. We reposted that. I know Chief Madden reposted that on the city information sites. There was also, go ahead, Chief. There was also this nonprofit group that came in, Crisis Cleanup. That information was shared on via social media and news broadcast as well. All right, warming and cooling centers. I know there's a lot of talk about warming and cooling centers, and that wasn't mentioned previously because that's not, primarily a responsibility for emergency management in the traditional sense. That is something that we have taken on in the city of Memphis to try to assist our citizens in a time of need. What those are, though, are temporary centers of respite. They're not intended to replace shelters. We do have a lot of shelters in the city. We check with them every time we open a warming center, and the last one was open on Friday. I believe there were around 3 dozen or so spaces that we could confirm for men and about 15 for families, women, and children throughout the city. Those utilize existing facilities that have other primary purposes, and what we do is utilize community centers. Parks has worked very well with us. We've tried to identify one facility that's large enough to hold everyone while allowing us in the time of COVID to keep any COVID positives separated. We are in the time of COVID requiring a COVID test to enter into the facility. So there's a waiting area, then they're tested, and there's a holding area. And then if they are COVID negative, they will go with the general population. If they are COVID positive, they will go to another holding area until Shelby County Health Department comes to take them to COVID housing that they have through additional grants. We utilize primarily Memphis Fire Department personnel as well as OEM personnel. We are part of the fire department. Police always assist with 1 or 2 officers there. And then in recent times, we've been getting help from parks and code enforcement and general services and some others to help staff that up. And I'll show you why in a minute. But we do have limited resources and personnel available to do these things, because all of the folks that we use have other primary jobs. We're either calling back overtime or I'm having to shift staff schedules. So a couple of my folks are not at work today, for example, Friday, not at work doing their daily routines on Friday so that they can staff that warming center overnight on Friday night. There are local shelters, state licensed shelters, those kinds of things, and they have their own set of rules. But if you're looking at setting up an emergency shelter, according to FEMA and Red Cross guidelines, that's a 12-person staff minimum, because it requires these things that you see here: a manager, a supervisor. You're required to provide health and mental health resources, someone to do registration, someone for the general dormitory, someone for feeding, someone for logistical needs. Required to have separate areas for families and children. We talked about some of the health and mental health services, the food preparation, the dining, and the showers. And these community centers just don't have that. We don't have a place for a dining hall. We don't have a place for shower facilities. Like I said, we work really well with parks to find a community center that will allow us to have large enough rooms to separate folks who may be COVID positive, who are showing symptoms, try to keep the families together and maybe separate from some of the singles and those type things. But as far as the other resources, we just don't have them in existing city buildings, and we don't have the personnel to provide those resources. It's very resource intense. It's very financial intense, and even getting down to feeding. To prepare food, even if the community center had the place to prepare food, there's health codes and regulations with that. And as we're moving in and out of a center today, one next week, that type of thing, we just don't have the capacity to pull that off. So that's kind of an overview of what I understood. Some of the members had a question about. If there's any other questions, I'll be glad to answer those for you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Colleagues, do you have any questions? I do see Councilman Warren in the queue and Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Warren.
Thank you. I just want everyone,
get a chance to go in there, masking as it relates to our area. And this is a direct result of this department using this technique at the onset of the pandemic and the COVID task force that was set up primarily by our Memphis City Office of Emergency Management, bringing in the County Office of Emergency Management and making it happen. But if you look at that, we're the only area that's green and allows people to be inside without masks right now. And it's got to do with the work that all these ESFs did and the coordination of the fire and police department and everyone else here. I had one question on warming centers.
Yes, sir.
And I just want to really congratulate you for everything you guys did. Angie, I'm really miss seeing you every Friday. Now we're down to once a month now coming up. So we started this off meeting every day for 6 months. And, finally it's down to once a month with where we are in the pandemic. I'm looking at, our current situation for what we do with homeless and when it gets really deadly. And I see what you've got here. Is there any way that we potentially can utilize some of the volunteer agencies to bring in food so we don't have to do it, like to drop lunches off or things like that? How do we coordinate that? And then how do we can we do smaller places and smaller warming centers in more parts of town as opposed to one large warming center, or is it just restricted by manpower? So, explain to me and therefore to the public of why we had this one large center as opposed to having multiple small centers and, what our constraints are.
Absolutely. I'll take your first question first, Councilman Warren, if you don't mind, concerning the feeding. I did mention that we don't have the capacity to do that due to the health regulations and logistical issues as well. We do allow that to happen. There are some of the homeless advocacy organizations, if you will. We are in constant communication with the Community Alliance for the Homeless, as well as some of those other organizations. And we have had some of those organizations that are aligned with them that are used to feeding and, have that process in place and are known to do so, that will bring food up there. Now, one thing that we do in general is don't allow the public in the buildings because of the sensitive matter that's there. You have some folks there who, may not want their business out in public, if you will, for lack of a better word. But they are allowed to bring that food up to the center. Folks walk out and get it and eat. That's not a problem. That's never been an issue. Now, the coordination of it, has that been constant? No, but when they've offered it, we've allowed it in the past. But as we've moved along over the last year or so, that's something that we've worked with some of those organizations to be able to do that when they can.
I'm just wondering, is there a way that we possibly could get together to try to coordinate with 2 or 3 different groups that would provide food? So when we call, okay, we're opening a warming center tonight, we automatically notify A, B, C, and D and let them figure out how they're going to get food. And I don't know if there's a way you can figure out how many people you're going to have on a given night. Yeah.
It is really,
it's very difficult,
really
right?
all over the board.
Yeah.
It really is. And there's no direct correlation to the temperature either. I can tell you that over the time. Yes, sir.
Councilman, if I can just add a bit of clarity. We have done a really good job, I think, of doing the warming centers with the staff that we have on hand. Clearly, you heard the manpower constraints that we have, and that, to answer your second question, that's really it, why we do one large, because we're doing it on the backs of our firefighters and our OEM personnel. We don't have dedicated staff to do that. There are the people who have shelters that are nonprofit actually have paid staff to run those. But I want to let you know that there is, because of the actions of the administration and the council working together and investing so heavily into the services, and we're really talking about folks who don't have any other options, our homeless population. Coming out of the ground over on Adams and Pop. In that area there is a new women's shelter that will have 36 beds, expandable to 72. You all helped fund that. And the funding that we provide to the organization called Hospitality Hub, in exchange for their operations and in exchange for us to helping to fund their operations and to build that shelter, they are now going to take on the operations when that is open of our warming and cooling centers. Predominantly, the population we serve is congregated in the downtown area. We do offer the MATIT transportation to folks who are experiencing issues in other areas, but the preponderance of our folks who take advantage of the warming centers are homeless folks who are downtown, many of whom cannot have access to other shelters for whatever reason. They may not be allowed back in the shelter. They may not want to go in because of some of the requirements. This will be a no-barrier shelter managed by a professionally, fully paid staff that will have many of the services that we just talked about there. They have and are planning on the coordination and provision of that logistics train that will come in and support them with healthcare services, mental health services, food, water, those kinds of things. So, and that facility is slated to open this May. So, of course, we have a few months between now and then, and what Greg told you, Manager Wayman, is that we have really streamlined the process. It is not perfect, I will tell you, because folks will say, I have to wait too long for the bus, I have to wait, it's too inconvenient, but the simple fact of the matter is that we are offering a service. In many cities, they don't offer this same service. You actually are just getting on a bus to stay warm to keep from freezing. So the resources, what we have today and the capacity of what we have to do without opening a formal shelter, but I wanted you all to know that we are investing in that shelter that can provide the services that we all need, and it's in the area with the greatest demonstrated need. Now, for an issue like the ice storm when the power's out, it's now with that population cared for, it's easier for us to identify how we might care for other individuals who have less dramatic needs. One of the most challenging aspects that we have is that some of the population that we get at the warming centers have pretty intensive needs from mental health, which presents significant problems in tackling administratively the population. With that population handled through this new facility, I think we'll be in a better position now to address the needs going forward. But it's a brand new tool that we'll have coming online in May. So, and you all are helping to make that happen along with our partnership with Hospitality Hub.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Chief McGowan, and I have some more questions. Councilman Warren, Councilwoman Johnson, you recognize?
That you provide, but back to the comment by Mr. Doug McGowan. I understand the homeless population. I work with that group, but we're doing this in an emergency situation where I got the most of the calls. People didn't have any place to go, utilities out, and how are they to survive? I also hear the needs or requirements if you wanted to open up a shelter. But let's say, for instance, a church wanted to open up a shelter. Is there any way that we can set up some kind of funding for the churches to take on that responsibility, and they wouldn't necessarily have to meet all of the requirements that you talked about? Maybe a church could handle 20 people and, keep them warm versus trying to have a staff of 12, blah, 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 blah. Are there fundings could be possibly made available for that arrangement?
Yes, I'll tackle that first and to say that it's a wonderful idea because the majority of individuals who were out of power and needed a place to stay went to a family, to a friend, to a neighbor, or to their church because they opened the doors. That will help us. It's going to be impossible for us to take care of the needs of everybody in any emergency. So we encourage that. And so, just like we have a plan, I would encourage, I think there's 3,000 some churches in our community. If we all could come together and figure out what kind of a standardized approach is and care for those in our congregations to say, let's reach out to the elder orphans there are many here to check on each other and say, we have power, so let us bring you in. I think we could provide some best practices for congregations to put together, but we would welcome the opportunity for them. And then we could look at, is there the opportunity for emergency funding for people to be repaid? But I think first and foremost is, let's put a practice in place that we all are going to care for each other. Those of us that do have power, we invite others in to make sure that they are surviving and that we're checking on each other.
Well, that I mean, I understand that completely, but I do know, like, for precincts, voting precincts, we pay churches for that usage of their building in that situation. So that's why I was saying I think the funds should be available in this situation as well, if the need is out there.
Sure. And just one thing to remember, there will be, and one of the reasons we'd like to help inform that is, you've seen recently in the news, you know, if you're going to allow people to sleep, there's a limit to the number of people that can be in the building and some of the requirements that you have to have there. So we would want to help inform them with what's possible there.
Absolutely. Councilman Jones?
Ms. Johnson, that's a fantastic, great idea. And I was thinking of the whole idea that the fact that we pay the election commission to do that. But as we are coming up on budget season, we can do anything that we want to financially. There's no shortage of things that we can do. We have a revenue problem. So y'all have heard me say that before. We have a revenue problem. The past 20 years, we've reduced taxes 7 times. We've increased them only twice. So there are a lot of things that we can do if we're willing to make that investment in our community to help people. I think that if people, at the end of the day, if people see that we're doing these type of things, those same people that we're looking to help, we're going to ask them to do a little bit more. That's the whole thing about our system. I think about, and I'm going on a tangent, I'm quickly ended. FEMA, for instance. We may not ever have a hurricane, we may have a tornado, but I'm okay as a community, as a country. We're paying to help people on the Gulf Coast so that when we do have a tornado, there's money available to help us. We have to look at that on a holistic approach but particularly here in the city, that's what additional revenue can do us. We can do anything that we want to help as many folks as we can. But we can't be hesitant to say we need to raise revenue to do those things. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Robinson.
I don't have any questions. I just want to say you all did a fantastic job. I understand the meals training because I've been through it and had to teach it. It is a lot of work. My mic is on.
Okay.
You can't hear me?
Pull it up so you know.
Okay. Is that better?
Thank you. Yes,
Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say thank you and congratulations. You all do a phenomenal job. I understand the NIMS training because I've had that training and I have taught it as well. In my district, I know we already had one center out in Hickory Hill, but we created another one in Whitehaven. So we would want to know whatever we need to do to get people trained so that they can continue their work in the community. We have churches that are willing. We have people who were feeding people, opening up their church, and we had other organizations to come in and bring cots, blankets, sanitation stuff. We were ready and on the mark. We just need to make sure it's formalized. And I appreciate Chief McGowan, or COO McGowan over there, because we do need to have a plan for the community and they know where they need to go, not at the last minute and not in the storm, but before the next storm. I'm willing to work and I'm willing to get out there and let the public know, okay?
All right, thank you all. Are there any more questions, colleagues? If not, we'll move to the next item. Thank you all so much for your presentation. Colleagues, before we move to the drag racing presentation, I'd like to introduce a resolution that is being passed out now. This is a resolution urging Governor Bill Lee to request assistance from FEMA for areas of Memphis impacted by Winter Storm Landon, sponsored by myself and with a request for same night minutes. Colleagues, we all have seen and heard from our constituents of the great impact, and we've also heard today of the storm had on our city and the very real and powerful devastation it caused. We still have debris all around the city, and many of our residents will continue to feel the cost of this storm for weeks, months, and years to come. The governor's office has yet to declare Winter Storm Landon a disaster, which is blocking Memphis and our metro areas from receiving the full amount of federal funding possible to us. If the governor were to request assistance from FEMA, our community would have access to several grants that could help remove debris, cover costs for restore publicly owned buildings, and grant programs that provide rental assistance and covers costs of repairs to homes. Congressman Cohen sent the governor a request on February 7th, and we are showing our support of his attempt to secure funding for our city. This is an easy request to make of the governor, given the devastation of this storm and how much it can positively impact Memphis. I hope you'll join me with your support and co-sponsor this resolution. And with that, I will move this item to the floor.
Second.
Who was that? Okay. Councilwoman Robinson and seconded by Councilman Warren. It's been moved and, okay. Ma'am? Okay. Let's see.
This question probably has to be addressed to Mr. Doug, Chief McGowan. In regards to this, what has the city of Memphis done in moving forward to request any assistance from the governor?
So we've been a part of the damage assessment teams and helping them go around the city with a FEMA. You heard Mr. Connect talk about that this morning. So this really does go, as Greg talked to you just a minute ago in the presentation, it's through the Shelby County Office of Preparedness that submits the application. The damage assessment teams tell us what kind of total damage they believe. That's funneled up through the county to the state and then on to the federal government. The governor will make the declaration of emergency, and then FEMA will determine if we've passed the threshold for individual assistance. So we have done everything that we're supposed to do. We've been pushing very hard to, asking kind of where the teams were, and we finally got them in here, showing them the areas of the city. And so we have been pushing very hard to get that done. But certainly we're not holding back anything. We are not the impediment to getting this happen, to making this happen. In fact, we have been aggressive in pushing it.
I just wanted to make sure we've
Absolutely.
done that part.
Yep.
Thank you.
Great.
Chairwoman, will you please add me as a sponsor
Most
as
definitely.
well?
And we do
Thank you.
appreciate the efforts, all of the efforts that have gone forth. All
Is
right,
it
we'll
held
add
up at the
everybody-
county?
We'll add everyone to this. Thank you all.
It's just going through the process.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Okay. Awesome. Seeing no more questions, we'll take a vote on item 1. All those in favor of moving this item to tonight's add-on agenda, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, in the opinion of the chair, ayes have it. Thank you. Item number 2 is the quarterly drag racing update. All council districts, requested by Councilman Canale. Councilman Canale, is he? Okay. Chief Davis and Assistant Chief Crow, you all come on down. Whoever will be presenting, please come on down, give your name and address for the record, and you are definitely recognized. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
I'm Paul Wright. I'm the Deputy Chief with Memphis Police Department. I'm based out of 170 North Main. I am a resident of Memphis. I'm here to give you all the update on drag racing and reckless driving. First of all, I'd like to thank you all on behalf of Chief Davis and the command staff. It's real important for us to be able to share information to you all in an accurate manner, and I plan to do that today for you.
Go right ahead. Stay.
So we do have a PowerPoint.
Wouldn't be a council meeting without a PowerPoint, eh?
And we'll start off, I'll let you all know, there will be a correction to slide 6, should be page 6. The percentage on that should be 46% increase. And when I get to that slide, I'll talk about that, and it should be, where it says 114, it should be 57. And they'll be updated.
Somebody's gonna get in trouble.
We'll go ahead and start. We'll go slide 2. All right, so in the last meeting that we had, I know some of you all had asked about the definition of drag racing and reckless driving. I did add that into the presentation, so you all will have a clear definition on that, as well as how the state classifies a misdemeanor, a B misdemeanor, and a C misdemeanor. So you'll have that information on slide 2. We'll get to the numbers itself on slide 3. We'll move on. On slide 3 is a 4-year enforcement comparison of what we've actually been doing as a department. Our officers have been doing good things, and in the last few months, we've actually created units and teams, and we've kind of altered in our tactics of improving what we do so we can improve on this enforcement of drag racing and some of the reckless driving that was taking place. We created the Scorpion team that brought about a lot of enforcement on some of these guys out here with these bad tags and driving issues that we were dealing with, as well as implementing the specialized units that we have, THSOs, putting more Tennessee Highway Patrol, Tennessee Highway Safety grants out there, using officers on overtime, and working with our precinct commanders to ensure that they are putting tactics together and operations together that's going to deal with some of the complaints that's coming in within their precincts. So we did see some improvements in that, and you'll see in the increase in numbers when we talk about that. If you look at 2019, we had 24 drag racing charges placed against individuals and 589 reckless driving charges placed against individuals. As you move on to 2020, you'll see that we increased on drag racing to 35 drag racing incidents or arrest charges, and then 692 arrest charges in 2020 on reckless driving. As we move on to 2021, you gradually see the increase. Reckless driving goes up to 80 arrestable charges in 2021, and reckless driving go up to 810 in 2021. And that's because of what we start seeing happening and our improvements of what we were doing on making arrests on these individuals that were out here causing the problems that we were seeing or that we're seeing. Now, in 2022, we're currently at 14 drag racing arrest charges and 112 reckless driving arrest charges. So we have, if you look at how we're currently going, there's going to be an increase there. If we continue in the direction that we're going, we should be well over 1,000 for the reckless driving, or 1,100 arrests for the reckless driving, and 140 arrests for drag racing if we continue in this direction that we're going, because we're averaging quite a few arrests a month for that. Like I say, I want to contribute a lot of that to some of the help that we're getting as well through our Tennessee Highway Patrol, as well as working with our Shelby County Sheriff's Department. That helps in curbing some of the actions and behaviors that's taking place. I'll move on to page 4. So the comparison here, in the recent years, the enforcement of drag racing and reckless driving has trended upwards, of course. And in 7 of our precincts, we saw the trend take place where the arrests were going up in these precincts. And this is a comparable of the reckless driving and drag racing together. When you add those charges together, that's what you're getting. You saw that your range station went up from 64 incidents up to 102, and that was in 2019. In 2019, they had 64 incidents. In 2020, they went to 80, and then from 2021, they went to 102 arrest charges made against individuals. Now they're currently at 11. So when you look at the various precincts and how they have these increases, Mount Moriah by far was our highest precinct when you start talking about the highest number of incidents that's taken place in their precinct. And if you look at their enforcement actions have taken them to 150 in 2021 and it's currently at 16 now. So we're looking at that's gonna probably be pretty consistent for this year when you talk about the increase in their numbers. But the precincts that we see the increases in was Rains, Mount Moriah, Crump Station, your Tillman Station, your North Main, your Airway Station, and your Ridgeway. Those are the stations that we saw an increase in our arrests that we were making. Now move on. I did want to touch on, we talked about the number of pursuits. We talked about pursuits last time. And based on the data provided by Internal Affairs, there was in 2019, we had 63 pursuits. And we saw that go up in 2021 to 64. And in 2021, we saw it go to 134. And we did see 109% increase in our pursuits. So our officers are engaging in pursuits, and we ask that they stay within policy in the pursuits because policy is built on best practice, and it saves lives. The practice has been studied throughout the nation, and we only take on best practice through the studies that's been given nationwide. So that's why we ask that we stay within guidelines. On the last slide that I have, it's a basic, our training academy does a report, and that information was provided to us on accidents associated with our pursuits. And these are accidents involving property damage to include government, city, and private property. So there's no breakdown here, but as you see, and like I said, these numbers have been adjusted. So in 2020, we had 39 accidents reported that was involving a pursuit. And now in 2021, we had 57 accidents that took place during pursuits. And like I said, this involved government property, city property, and or private property. That was a 46% increase that we saw with accidents. And so, and that's not just the police officer. That could be the suspect having an accident or the police officer having an accident or a third party that just saw or was it just part of the accident or involved in it. So those are the numbers that we have on that to report. And that concludes my slide. Basically, and I wanted to, well, we did touch on the different groups that's helping out in the city right now. We're always using our THSO grants. That's government grants that's offered to us, state grants that's provided to us. And we use that to pay our police officers to go out and do traffic enforcements. Operation Slow Down Memphis was an operation that you see brought about. That brings about, operations of that such bring about joint operations with the departments around us. And we're able to work and get things done through that way, as well as some of the other operations that we put forward. THP has promised to bring in help on the interstates, and that's helping out with decreasing some of our interstate shootings. So we have seen a decrease there as well. So if there's any questions, I'm open to answer any questions.
Right. Thank you, Chief and Deputy Chief, for the presentation. Colleagues, Councilman Cannelli, Councilman Carlisle, and Councilman Warren, in that order. And Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Deputy Chief Wright, Chief Davis, Chief Crow, all of MPD. I'm always extremely grateful for everyone that puts on the uniform and serves each and every day. I'm very proud of the Memphis Police Department and the job that you do on a daily basis. And I appreciate the update. It certainly helps that some of these people are getting arrested, but it's still one of the top complaints I get on a weekly basis, whether I experience it myself or people call in, email, or text. And people are continuing to lose their lives because people are terrorizing our streets on a daily basis. I think a couple of weeks ago, we had a female who lost her life on 240 between Poplar and Walnut Grove. Car was split in two. car that hit her must have been traveling in excess of 100 miles an hour. And I believe we had a wreck somewhere near Horn Lake with a 14-year-old driving. 2 people lost their life.
Yes.
So, colleagues, our constituents, our fellow Memphians are continuing to lose their lives on a weekly basis because of this horrible behavior. So my question to you would be, what else can we do as city council, as a body, to help you and provide you with resources to help curb this behavior and try to tamp it down? As a father of a 9-year-old, if he were to turn 16 today, I'm not sure that I would give him the keys to a car. I think I would be too frightened to let him travel our streets alone. And I think a lot of parents feel that way. I think people that's sitting on their back porch in the evenings trying to enjoy some peaceful time with their spouse or their children, and these people, they're driving in horribly fast speeds and with modified mufflers, again, just terrorizing our city, making people's lives absolutely miserable, and people that are frightened to go to the grocery store. So my promise to you is I'll do anything in my power as a city councilman to provide you with whatever resources that you need to help curb this behavior. I know that we have a violent crime problem, but overall, I think that I get more complaints on this than any other issue in the city. So again, thank you very much and to the whole force for all the work that you do, putting your lives on the line each and every day, and know that I always am here to help you, to advance whatever you can do to help stop this behavior. Thank you so much for being here today.
Yeah. Thank you. And just to respond to your points, there's valid points. Just driving the streets of Memphis, just as a citizen, it's not just the Camaros, the Challengers, and the Chargers that are wreaking havoc on our streets. It's average citizens too. And what we have committed to do is to increase our enforcement just on a regular basis so that people will see that Memphis is a place that there are consequences for illegal drag racing, speeding, and so on. So we have been talking internally about how we ensure we have supervision and oversight for our officers as well so that we can make sure that we're inspecting what we expect from them. We know sometimes that we can do better with what we have. You know, sometimes we ask for more, but we're always looking at how do we get more out of what we have. And the excuse that we can't pursue, that's not an excuse, because our officers can just do regular traffic and curtail some of the problems that we have. And what we're doing is we're working on getting them back in just regular work mode. So we look to see some increases in that visibility, that level of visibility, because we know it'll have a residual impact on the other, problems that we see as well. So we are all tired of seeing our streets just, we're tired of seeing individuals just take advantage of just everyday average citizens that are commuting on our streets as well. So thank you for your points.
Before Carla, I just want to thank you also, I forgot to do that, for your collaboration with Shelby County in Cordova, you and Sheriff Bonner. I've heard nothing but rave reviews about how things are, have even started to turn around. So I do appreciate that, and hopefully we'll see more of that collaboration.
Absolutely.
Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair, Chief Davis, Chief Wright, Chief Crow. Thanks for being here. Let's go to the slide. I was trying to write down page numbers. Let's go to page 4. What do you think the color commentary is for the Crump station that saw, it's the only station that saw a significant decrease and then doubled? What do you think that they were doing in calendar year 2020 that saw the decrease in enforcement, and then what didn't they do that saw the double? And the reason I'm asking is not, I want to understand a little bit about why that's an outlier, and then, I understand in the grand scheme of things, they ticked up everywhere, but to see a double, to see the double, I'm just curious if there's any sort of footnote to why that may have occurred.
Absolutely. I think we both probably have a comment on it, but I'll let the deputy chief speak. That's one of his areas too, so he might be more familiar than I am.
So, thanks, Chief. I'm sorry. There are a couple of things I noticed back in 2020 that took place, and it was in Crump and downtown, and that was the social media that brought people into those areas. The young people chose to come into that Crump Station area, and they also chose to go into the downtown area, and that's where they chose to do all their aggressive driving at. So that's where we started putting our staffing at to deal with that aggressive driving. So you saw your arrests go up, and you saw different tactics being used in those areas, and that's where you see your increase when it happened. And so that's what led to those arrests, because it continued over from 2020 into 2021 until I think the message got out that the police are out, they're working now, and they're doing their job, so we better kind of push out. So I think you see some of it there.
So that helps me understand the uptick specific to there. What do you think they did that drove it down?
So a lot of just enforcement. That's basically it. It's just enforcement.
Is that boots on the ground? Is that
It was
visibility?
So, Councilman, to your point, you pointed out something that was obvious to us probably a couple of weeks ago in our track meeting. We were trying to figure out, okay, what is Crump Station doing? Crump Station started working really hard in having more visibility and more officers just doing regular traffic stops. Their traffic stops just increased exponentially, not just for speeding, but just regular violations. But just that visibility of just doing regular police work helped to curtail some of the other activity that was going on as well.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I agree. Look, I don't know the day-to-day rudimentary tasks of paperwork, et cetera, but heck, if you'd like to do your paperwork on the shoulder of the interstate, that still helps, right? Because you see the car. Anyway, you touched on something that actually was my top note that I want to circle back on, which is organized events, right? I understand social media surveillance is a little bit of a touchy subject around here with some of our friends in the activist world that are concerned about political spying, but this is not that, right? So what, without, and I don't know if there is, I'm assuming there is, and if you don't want to discuss it in an open forum, what is being done from an investigation standpoint about holding event organizers responsible for organizing events that basically are inciting riots or inciting disorderly conduct in a mass scale? I shouldn't be able to tell 600 people to come to an area with their vehicles and ATVs and stand out and block roadways and highways and think that that's some sort of First Amendment right. That's inciting disorderly conduct 100%. So are we pursuing those individuals that are organizing those events?
Well, I'm not going to say that we're pursuing the individuals that are organizing the events, because sometimes they organize the events without them being formally organized. You sort of hit on it, that sometimes it's a bunch of chatter between groups that they say, we're going to meet at such and such a location at such and such time. They don't apply for permits. They just show up. It could be on a private lot. It could be to block a street down or whatever the case might be. Our response is typically just that. It's a response, because sometimes we don't get the information ahead of time because we're not trolling the social media. Because many times because of the restrictions that we do have, but
those restrictions are to political, unless this is some sort of form of, they're not. Somebody with Chief Sink, you want to give us some?
It's more First Amendment. It depends on who it is, and I hear what you're saying.
So you're saying, well, I think what I'm saying is if I wanted to continually organize something and in my own mind classify it as my First Amendment right to free speech, I can continually organize these events. I just want the public to hear that that's the case. I mean, look, if we're bound by the consent decree, we are, but let's get it out there so I'm not getting inundated with why we're allowing this to occur.
And Chief, I think if you would briefly touch on it, and you can always come back for, more information, because we're going to we're already after 2, and we have some others in the queue, so if you could just share.
Sure, absolutely.
light on
I'll
it.
keep it brief. Jennifer Singh, Chief Legal Officer, 125 North Main. High level, what the consent decree addresses is not political per se, and this was part of the confusion and why we ultimately asked the court to amend the consent decree to clarify for officers what was meant by political activity. What it really speaks to is the concept of First Amendment rights and First Amendment activities. And of course, social media implicates, in a lot of ways, First Amendment activities. But we do have some ability to conduct some searches, but oftentimes we're talking about scenarios where we receive information. One thing we are limited from doing is just a kind of a constant trolling of social media, just looking for something when we don't have any basis or legitimate law enforcement purpose for doing so. So that is in a high level, the distinction here. So it's not to say that if we get information, we can't respond and use social media to respond and investigate. But what you're talking about, Councilman, is really, can we on a daily basis just look for information to find out if this is happening? And the short answer is likely not.
Yeah, no, and so, but basically you just proved the point, right? Like, the police department is now fighting with one hand behind their back because the ability to organize in such a rapid manner, right, and scale quickly, and basically our police department is consistently and constantly reacting to these mass gatherings in which they really can't do much because we don't have the manpower, because again, as opposed to Chief Davis or a precinct commander saying, we know X event is occurring, we need this many boots on the ground in order to have a safe operation and keep our officers safe. We've got one person in a patrol car getting circled by a gang of ATVs at an intersection. And honestly, if I'm that officer, I'm like, I'm not getting out of this car. I don't know what's out there for me. And so that's a real problem for us as far as being proactive in these situations. And I know other colleagues have seen these videos from the last summer. And the reason I'm raising it now is it's March 1, summer is coming, right? And so it's hard to see that be an issue. All right, I'll move on. I'd like to hear more about that.
Well, maybe you can, we'll definitely have her come back to elaborate on that and talk about that ahead of the summer. So maybe we'll put that for our next comment. You have one more comment?
I've got a couple more questions.
One more question, then we're going to move to Councilman
on
Warren.
page 6, well, look, so on page 6, you mentioned the pursuits, right? Or I think what was page 6? So page 6 is accidents. When we talk about accidents, I'd be curious to see a breakdown of those that are loss of life or grave bodily harm or injury, and or $5,000 in damage or higher property damage, not including the vehicles. So basically, did we strike a house? Did we strike a business? Did we hit a light pole? I'm curious to know what that is in that grand scheme of things, as opposed to just the accident. And then lastly, I'd love to get a better definition on what you mean pursuit on the pursuit slide. You can get that to me after. But what I'd like to touch on is technology, right? Chief Davis, I know that you've been big working with the administration on things like spot shotter, but and other ways to track vehicles. But in the 21st century, right, we've got police helicopters. What are we doing about things like drones, right? Like infrared scanning, marking a car. I mean, that seems like a very easy way, right? They used to be the term back in the day, you couldn't outrun the radio, right? So what are we looking at in sort of scaling up something that is non-invasive on the ground level, but allows our officers or someone in the real-time crime center to track a vehicle through a drone, for instance?
So we've tested some technology. We tested some technology recently. One particular vendor, we didn't think that product was something that would be effective here in the Memphis area. We're also looking at drones for not just managing traffic, but also looking at major events where we can monitor major events through our real-time crime center as well. There are other products out there that we have reached out to vendors to come and provide sort of tests. One of them in particular is one that actually marks vehicles so that that vehicle can be located in some other location. It's immediately known as, this was a car that obviously evaded police or, is marked as a vehicle that was involved in a pursuit. So we are examining technology and making assessments to try to use technology as a force multiplier for us. When you don't have manpower, sometimes you have to use those other tools to help put a dent in it. So
No doubt about it. Look forward to budget season.
Yep.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Councilman Warren?
I just was looking at slide 4 and doing some basic math, and it looks like if we extrapolate where we are right now, we're going to have a decrease in every precinct. Is that illogical because summer's going to be worse and winter is easier? Or is that a reasonable thing to do? Are y'all looking at the numbers that way, or is it always less in the winter?
So we're looking at, I'm looking at if we continue in the approach that we're taking now, there will be an increase. I'm hoping that this driving thing go down, but if we continue in the direction that we're going, there could be an increase in our efforts of arrest.
My question is that because
Proactive.
from your previous experience, even though, because if you take these and multiply them all by 6, they're 2 months, they're less than the numbers, but I take it that different months would have different levels, and that's why you think it's going to be more.
That's true. Just an average, just throwing an average, that's where I was getting my numbers from, just averaging what we're looking at of the overall number that we have now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the job you're doing. Truly, and the citizen appreciate you. It is obvious that in the very, very near future, we need to be using all the technology we can get our hands on in order to make these improvements. I think the correct type of technology will help us meet our staff demand that we're trying to address and be more accurate and correct with it. I have one quick question, and maybe it's kind of two put together. Do you see cameras that's currently out there helping in any capacity to slow down these cars, like if they're going through a red light, some type they flash on them, or does that seem to make a difference to these people in these settings?
It does make a difference, and we are working with the state as well to actually participate in more of an enterprise solution on the freeways and have cameras on the freeways, not just for the Memphis Police Department, but for also the Tennessee Highway Patrol, so that not just for speeding, but for accidents, and just have a technology footprint that helps us to investigate, even if we can't pursue an individual or we lose them, to have some level of resolution and an image to be able to go after those individuals, even if it's at a later time. But we are looking at technology. Our real-time crime center is probably one of the most state-of-the-art that I've seen. It is an excellent real-time crime center. It just needs to be staffed fully because real-time means that you have people monitoring cameras in key locations real-time. And we don't always have that, but we are working towards that as well.
One other quick question. I think this would go to maybe Crow?
Chief Crow?
Chief Crow. What happens to the camera arrangement we're supposed to be having with Shelby County that was supposed to come to the city, and then were they accepted? Were they installed? Where are we with all those cameras?
Yes, ma'am. So the Shelby County government contracted on their own for cameras for their commission districts. In the last report I had, they had about 75 to 80% of those cameras up, and then they gave us access to the video feeds for those.
Okay, so we didn't actually take possession of any cameras, because like it was 100, some cameras. It was quite a few cameras they were trying to get us to accept, and we had some legal issues in regards to us accepting someone else's equipment.
Yes, ma'am. So in the end, they contracted themselves and bought the cameras themselves, and then they installed them and gave us access to the video feed.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilman Jones, final question, last comment.
Thank you. Actually, my question may not be a police question, I'm thinking, but what is driving it is the number of accidents that we have. Do we have, Ms. Sink, you may know this, but I saw Ms. Ford out there, perhaps Ms. Mlgw. Do we have a subrogation department where subrogation is where somebody's involved in an accident, you can go after the insured for those type of damages? So if I'm driving a car, I
driving recklessly, I hit a police car. It's my fault. Instead of the taxpayer eating that financial or taking that financial responsibility, we can go after the insured's insurance to pay us for some of those.
Yes, Councilman, we contract with a company that assists us with that type of service. And then we also have an attorney within my department that will go out, seek subrogation or make subrogation types of claims.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is that it? Thank you all so much for the presentation. We appreciate it. Thank you, Chief, Assistant Chief, and Deputy Chief. Thank you all. This is meetings public.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It is 2:20, and I call to order the Planning and Zoning Committee. May I have a roll call, please?
The chair. Sorry. Thank you. Councilman Canali. Here. Councilman Ford. Here. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Warren. Present. And Chair Johnson.
Present. Today we have 3 items on the agenda, and it's my understanding one of these items will be asked for another postponement. We're going to deal with the first one. It is a resolution approving an honorary street name change of Stafford Avenue between College Street and Fontaine Court for James Alexander. It's in District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilman Smiley. It's been moved by Councilwoman Patrice Robinson. May I second by Warren? Okay, would you like to have comments, Chairman Jones?
I will be presenting this downstairs in the absence of Councilman Smiley.
Fantastic. I know that Mr. Alexander is most deserving of this honor. He's been a major figure here in the city of Memphis and carried us all across this world with his music, along with the barcades and his input. So I'm very pleased to see that, and let's go with him. We're going to have the same night's minutes. Can I guess it was moved and second? All in favor? Will you respond? Any opposition? Here none. That will go down with a favorable recommendation. The second one that we're going to deal with is SUB 2022-03. It's at 2190 East Shelby Drive, District 3, Super District 8. Please introduce yourself and provide a name and address. While he's getting that together, can I get a motion to move it?
I'll move it.
Second. It's been moved and second. You got it, Lodge? Thank you. Yes, sir. Mr. Ragsdale.
Madam Chair, my name is Brett Ragsdale, zoning administrator.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Brett Ragsdale, zoning administrator with the Division of Planning and Development.
Jeffrey Penzis, Division of Plan and Development.
Please present.
Have it on this. Oh, it's behind it? Oh, there it is.
I think we're ready.
Yes, ma'am. So Jeffrey Penzis, Division of Plan and Development. This is SUP 22-03. The applicant is Baruch Properties Incorporated.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
This is located within Council District 3 and Super District 8. The location is 2190 East Shelby Drive, and the request is for a motel with plus or minus 120 rooms. So this is the location map. This is in the White Haven neighborhood, and 45 notices were mailed on January 31st, 2022 for the Land Use Control Board meeting. This is the zoning map. The site is zoned Commercial Mixed Use 3. To the north is Residential Urban 3. To the west is Commercial Mixed Use 1. And to the south is also Commercial Mixed Use 1. And the site is currently an industrial use, and the surrounding land uses are multifamily, commercial, institutional, and also this is just immediately across from the airport over Airways Boulevard. These are just some site photos. The first one is from East Shelby Drive looking into the subject property, and the other one is looking across the street from the subject property. And then this is from Airways Boulevard looking into the subject property and then across the street at the airport. This is the site plan. It shows that they will have access from Shelby Drive and Airways. And so this is consistent with Memphis 3.0. This area is the future land use of high-intensity commercial services. So in conclusion, that this project will not have a substantial or undue adverse effect upon adjacent property, the character of the neighborhood, traffic conditions, parking, utility facilities, and other matters affecting public health, safety, and general welfare. And with that, our office and the Land Use Control Board both recommended approval with conditions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Would anyone like to speak on this matter? Chairwoman Robinson, please.
Which one? I think Jones or Carlisle. Carlisle.
Wanted in the Whitehaven area a hotel that was a nice boutique hotel that people flying in the airport would like to stay there, I would appreciate that kind of investment in our community. That will not do anything. A motel there would create another problem for the safety of our community and what it looks like. I know they sent letters out, nobody responded because everybody that live in that area in apartments that are probably not engaged. The homeowners that are nearby have said absolutely no. The community, we have worked really hard to make sure that we have quality investment in our community. I don't see where that'd be quality for the airport, for the fire department, for the city, for the neighbors that are right next door. I think it would create a problem. I recommend to this council and suggest as the chairwoman of this, not the chairwoman, the district representative, that we not support this application. Are there anyone else who would like to speak? Councilman Jones?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Has a brand been identified for this location, and is there a proposed room rate projected for this location? Yes.
David Bray with the Bray Firm, 2950 Stage Plaza North. Been watching the hallway for the client and the applicant on this, and they were supposed to be here. I'm not sure what has happened. I believe a brand has now been identified, but I don't know what it is, and I don't know what that room rate is. But in their absence, I would like to ask if we could push this to either 2 weeks or 4 weeks so that they can be here and speak to the concerns.
Well, our meeting is in 3 weeks, but
oh yeah, okay.
Those are the basic questions that I have for it. It used to be a time that we had a hotel property on the airport grounds. We don't anymore. I would say that there is a lack of quality hotels in that area, but this doesn't seem to address that lack. So those are just my thoughts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments? How long do you think it would take before your clients get here?
I don't know. They have not responded to my text. We talked yesterday, and they knew what time it was, and they're not here, and I'm not sure what has happened. So that's why I'm asking for push to the next meeting.
We're not going to vote on this afternoon, correct?
It's on the agenda.
It's on the agenda?
We would have to hold it.
Going downstairs without a motion.
We already need a motion to hold our.
I'm not prepared to give a hold on it.
I'm looking all the way down
I don't want to hold it. Let's take it on downstairs. Okay. Let me say, too, that I live in that area and represent it as well. And it's not the type of hotel a motel arrangement that the citizens have expressed a desire to have in their area. It's too many unknowns. We have so many hotels on Brooks, on 3rd Street, and everybody has an idea of what such an arrangement will look like. Yours may be totally different, but because we have not had an opportunity for the community to embrace your concept, they, at this point, are not interested in any such facility being built there. It's somewhat, I think questioning why would you want to place it on that particular, I guess Shelby Drive has traffic, but that Airways, you're going to have to really be going out your way to find that particular hotel unless you just know what you're looking for. So at this time, we're going to have to send it downstairs without a recommendation, unless we're going to vote on it now, without a recommendation, and we'll see you this afternoon.
I strongly suggest you get a hold of your client.
Well.
Thank you so much. Sorry for that inconvenience, but at this point, I don't have any support just wanting to give you a hold for it. Okay. Thank you. Okay, going on to the next item is PD 2021-05-05, 1560 Drew Road, District 6, Super District 8. Councilman Ford, would you like to address that?
Yes, ma'am.
I need a motion on this item. This is just
Discussion?
This is going to be discussion. It's not going to be voted on. Yes.
But I want to hold it.
Okay, it's a request for a hold on this item.
I'd really like to hold it to about April.
Yeah, because I need to have a meeting. First of all, they didn't have enough sense to come back to me, okay? I don't want nobody playing no game.
Okay.
And that's what they're playing right this minute.
Do you know a date in April you would like to hold it to?
Until April.
The first or second meeting?
Second meeting in April. Give me a chance to go back down to Coral Lake and talk to these people.
Okay.
Yeah. 19th.
Okay, we're gonna hold it to April 19th.
Yeah, I like to hold it. Let me just say this. The person that keep on bringing this up, Coral Lake does not like him.
It's obvious.
He used to live there, but he's from California. He doesn't care about that area, and Coral Lake is a very special area, okay? Majority of the people that live down in Coral Lake built those houses. Beautiful lake, everything, yeah. Everybody would love to come there. But what he wants to try to do, oh no. He just wants some money. And I ain't into giving somebody just money for anything, okay? I want the area satisfied. That's why I say, let's give me time to have another meeting. April, it'll be a little warm. We can go back to the pavilion down there and let them breathe the water on the lake while they make their decision.
That would be just fine. Give the gentleman, the developer, Mr. Robertson, an opportunity to present his case and see if he can sway some of the individuals to change their mind. Because I too have received several phone calls and individual desiring that this project not take place. But I think it's just a change of times, the way things are happening now. I think people just have to get adjusted to some changes. But we're going to postpone it to April the 18th, 19th. Is there anything else that needs to be brought before the Planning and Zoning Committee? Not hearing of any, this committee.
Chief, I'd like to see you pertain to that too. Okay.
This committee is hereby adjourned. Thank you.
don't deal with that. That's what I'm saying. Get back with me. I need to bring it up to executive session.
The executive session meeting for March 1st, 2022 is now called to order. Mr. Bacchus, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilman Canale. Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford.
You have what?
Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Corvette. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Chairwoman Swearingen.
Present.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you very kindly. Greetings to all of you. Item number 1 is a resolution approving the assignment and assumption agreement between Scannell Properties, LLC, 577-578, District 6, Super District 8, requested by administration, same night minutes. May I have a motion and a second to hear this item?
Move it. Second.
I've been properly moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilman Warren. Is there anyone from the administration to speak regarding this item?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Doug McGowan with the administration. I have representatives of the ownership group here. Bit of an unusual circumstance. This is an administrative approval of the transfer of what is called a standard improvement program that comes with any development. I can share on the screen here. Do I need to hit the button here? And we're passing out to you a map of the plat of the property. This is in the southeast industrial area. Was at one time one large parcel. It has now been divided into 3 separate parcels, and those are coming around, and it's on the screen. This is a $60 million development that is already under construction. So all of the approvals are done. Everything is done with this project, and they're underway. They just have to close financing. And during the course of the construction and going through the financing, we discovered that we had to separate the parcel into 3 separate parcels, all owned by Scannell Properties. So it'll be Scannell, and all we're doing is making sure that the standard improvement program is assigned to all of the subordinate agencies in Scannell. So each one of these will have a separate subordinate ownership model under Scannell Properties, as opposed to one big ownership. But it's all the same owner being built for 3 separate entities. This is an administrative approval. You've already approved the standard improvement contract. This is just now assigning it to the other 2 entities within the company. The reason we're bringing it to you today is that with the $60 million development, this was unknown to us and my team. It was an oversight on our part. That's why we're bringing it to you for same night minutes and approval, so that they don't risk not being able to close the loan and being able to pay for construction. Again, this was just a routine matter that would be done in kind of consent agenda order. So we're bringing it to you tonight because it is urgent that they be able to complete this project in this area. So unless there's any questions.
Thank you very kindly. Are there any members wishing to be recognized?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councilman. This Holmes Road is to the north. This is an area right near the Mississippi line, so it's very near Hickory Hill Road, and Holmes Road is where the intersection is. You'll know, I think Councilman Ford, you'll recognize DHL built a new facility down there. This is undeveloped land, and it's going to be 3 brand new buildings down there for some pretty high-performing companies. So this is a great benefit for our city.
Thank you very kindly. I noticed that it is under the umbrella of Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Johnson, Smiley, and Jones. Are there any questions among any of you, the 4 of you, or any other council members regarding this? Councilwoman Johnson?
Why did it have to be divided into 3 different sections?
Okay, so I'm not the expert. I have the representatives here who can tell you the technical reason why it had to be, but I guess practically the standard improvement, all of the things they agreed to do with sidewalks, streets, curbs, and gutters will all still be done. But if you all would like to explain why that had to be divided, I'll let them explain that to you.
And if you could please share with us your name and address for the record.
Sure. Thank you, Council. My name is Jason Peterson. I'm the Vice President of Project Management for Skinnell Properties. Essentially, what happens with these three entities is it allows Skinnell Properties to protect their investments with having the three entities in there. We do this on a regular basis with a lot of our multi-building properties. When it does affect lending capacities where when we get over a certain level of loan values, our lenders do require them to be separated for future protection, liabilities.
Okay, and when was this started? I mean, we didn't know this when we started the project?
I'll let them answer when they started the project, but I believe we began this separation back in December. And then as the project went forward, as I said, our team missed the fact that we needed to get this last piece done for them. We said, we already have a contract, we have the standard improvement project. We didn't understand fully that we needed to do the separation until in other words, it was a little lost in translation. So we said, oh, now we understand what we need to do. And now it's an urgent timing. So we would have brought this to you probably right after the first of the year or so. But again, it was a little lost in translation. We weren't exactly sure what we needed to do, something that we know about now in the future. So again, it doesn't change any of the investment that we have or any of the improvements that are done. It's just we have to assign it this way.
Help me again. I'm a little lost still. What is, okay, we, I assume it's the city of Memphis when you said we. Then what is city of Memphis doing? Are we providing the land or what are we doing?
No, ma'am, we're not doing anything. So when there's a development like this that's anywhere, we ask the developer to do some standard improvements in and around the property. So if it's an unimproved road, we'll ask them to put in curb and gutter. If there's no sidewalks, we'll ask them to put in the sidewalks. And the agreement between us and the developer is in exchange for what you're developing, you're going to put some public improvements in. Okay. That was already agreed to a year or more ago. So none of that changes, but some of it goes across several now property lines, and that's what we're doing is saying all of you share in this requirement to do the standard improvement contract.
I have a question. Could you please bring back up the map? If we can. And could you share the area in which that is located?
Sure. It's the Mississippi state line is on the very bottom of the screen. There is Holmes Road is about half again north of that. Let me see if I have a larger area map here. 1 second. I think I do.
Isn't that
That's District
Councilwoman
3.
Robinson's district?
It says District 6, but isn't
Yeah, I
that
think it's
District
mismarked as District 6. I believe it is District 3.
Yeah, Crumpler should be.
Yeah, I talked with Councilman.
And rather than being Super District 8, is it not District 9?
I'm not sure who marked it. I didn't.
Super District 8.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's District 9.
A good part, you get to District 9 when you get to Ross Road. This is before Ross.
Yes, it is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is not 6, it's 3.
It's 3. but
Are
still
you
8.
aware of this, Councilwoman?
Yes, I spoke with her earlier
Okay.
today.
Okay.
I was surprised when it was marked District 6, so.
Okay, so it's District 3.
District 3,
Super
that's correct.
District 8. That's
Correct.
the correction.
Mm-hmm.
You hearing that, council members? Okay.
So you can see on the map, if you look at your first page or second page, it shows the general area here that it's located in.
Okay. I just wanted to let clarity. Thank you very kindly. Are there any other questions regarding this? Councilman Carlo?
Thank you, Chair. So split it into 3, lender requirement, risk development. You've got 3 separate entities that sit under, and there's an assignment of each one, right? So this is a mechanical financing mechanism as a part of your lender covenant, and I assume the indenture on the facility.
Correct.
And just to be clear, you get a whole bunch of attorneys working in a room, some 26-year-old associates doing title, bank closing, due diligence. Things can slip through the cracks, and this can happen. This is shockingly more ordinary than you would think it is. That a small thing can come through, and then you realize you've got to correct it. I have closed deals, and 2 months down the road, realized we had a huge issue, and then everybody's frantic about it because we're technically in default of our lending covenants, and it's just a very mechanical nature as much as a Scribner's error. So I'll be supporting this, and also the reason for the same 9 minutes, which is even if we were to approve tonight, if we waited 2 more weeks and then another 4 or 5 days for the mayor to sign it, that's a significant amount of time when you've got lending commitments and you're trying to get a project going and wherever you are. So it's imperative that this gets going tonight and be settled tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Are there any other councilman,
We got Councilwoman
Robinson? You may be recognized at this time. Thank you, Councilman
I just
Ford.
wanted to make sure the council was aware. I did ask the questions around, are we changing any codes or what's going on in that area? They're not making any changes other than they wanted to split that into 3 properties. Okay. I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that, because it was confusing to me, and I kept asking until I got that answer. Are we changing anything? Nothing will be changed other than he's subdividing the property. Okay.
Would you like to respond to that?
No, she's absolutely right. We're not changing any ordinance. There's no new entitlement. There's no new action required on the city, except when we have, just like if this property changed ownership midstream, we would have to assign the standard improvement project to the new owner. So that's effectively what this is assigning it to 2 new owners as well.
Councilman Ford, did I notice you in the queue? Anybody else? All right. Did you do a subdivision on this?
I think that's already been performed, is it not?
It has.
It has been? Okay. If there aren't any other members wishing to be recognized, seeing none, we're ready for a vote. Mr. Bacchus, please, down at the end, we're gonna put y'all in timeout. Mr. Bacchus, will you please take a roll call vote to add item 1 on tonight's add-on agenda with same night minutes?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Councilman Warren?
Aye.
Councilman Canale?
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle? Councilman Jones?
Aye.
Councilwoman Johnson? Councilman Ford? Councilwoman Robinson?
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan?
Aye.
Chairwoman Swearinger?
Aye. This item has been added to add-on agenda and same night minutes. Item number 8? Okay, the vote was 8. It was unanimous. Item number 2, a resolution in support of President Biden's historic nomination of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson to the United States Supreme Court. All council districts sponsored by council members Easter Thomas, Smiley, and Swearingen. Same night minutes. Colleagues, we are on the precipice of an historic nomination, the first Black woman to be appointed as the United States Supreme Court Justice. It is long overdue, and I'm honored to sponsor a resolution and be a co-sponsor in support of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson and her extraordinary achievement. Councilwoman Easter Thomas could not be with us for executive committee, but I know she will have comments this afternoon. Well, she won't be present this afternoon due to her daytime duties at the regular meeting. I hope you will all join us in co-sponsoring this resolution. Any colleagues have any questions regarding it? Councilwoman Logan, you may be recognized.
I don't have any questions. I'd just like to be added as co-sponsor. Thank you,
Okay.
Chairwoman.
Is there anyone that would not like to be added as a co-sponsor?
I'm withholding, but I will be supporting it.
Okay. Is there, may I have a motion on the floor and a second, please?
Second.
Moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Warren. Councilman Jones has shared that he will be in support of this, but he will yield his opportunity to be in a co-sponsor. Is there anyone else? Co-sponsor. Is there anyone that would not like to be added? Okay, let's recognize, because everyone is not present, let's only recognize those that are here to be co-sponsors of this particular resolution. Mr. Bacchus? All right.
Voice vote.
Those in favor of this resolution, I think we can do this with a yay, a nay, vote call. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The chair is in favor, and this resolution passed with same night minutes. All right, this brings us to our holds. Item 5 on tonight's agenda will be held until April 19th. Item 5 on tonight's agenda will be held until April 19th. We have 10 add-on items for this afternoon. Number 30, resolution to amend council fiscal year 22 grant allocations, all districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Johnson, same night minutes. Item number 31, resolution to amend council fiscal year grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Logan, same night minutes. Resolution number 32, to amend the council fiscal year 22 grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Ford, same night minutes. Item number 33, resolution in support of restoring the historic revenue sharing relationship between the state of Tennessee and its local governments, and to turn to the local share of the single article cap to local governments, all council districts, sponsored by Councilmans Logan, Carlisle, Easter Thomas, Morgan, and Robinson. Request for same night minutes. Item number 34, resolution in support of passenger rail expansion between Memphis and Nashville, all council districts, sponsored by the Memphis City Council. Request for same night minutes. Item number 35, resolution approving a litigation settlement and authority to pay in the amount of $237,500. Request for same night minutes. Item number 36, resolution approving a litigation settlement and authority to pay in the amount of $80,000. Request for same night minutes. Item number 37, resolution urging Governor Bill Lee to request assistance from the Federal Emergency Management Agency for areas of Memphis impacted by Winter Storm Landon, all council districts. The resolution is sponsored by the Memphis City Council, same night minutes. Item number 38, resolution approving the assignment and assumption agreement between Scannell Properties, LLC, 577 and 578, District 3, Super District 8, requested by administration, requested the same 9 minutes. Item number 39, resolution in support of President Biden's historic nomination of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson to the United States Supreme Court, all council districts, sponsored by council members Easter Thomas, Smiley, and Swearingen. Request for same night minutes. Our same night minute items will be 4, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 24, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. I'll repeat. Item 5 will be held until April 19th. Our add-on items, 30 through 39, and our same night minute items will be 4, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 24, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 38, and 39. Seeing any more normal business before this committee is adjourned. We will see you at 3:30.
Cool beans.